Messages from the House.
From the House of Representatives, message number 196, February 6, 2023. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading in an amended form by the votes indicated. House Bill number 52, Revisers Bill, ayes 60, excused 2. Message number 197, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 100, Acquisition Value Study, ayes 58, noes 2, excused 2. Message number 199, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 127, Healthcare Facilities and Clergy, ayes 60, noes 1, excused 1. Message number 202, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 180, Brucellosis Testing Notification Requirements, ayes 61, excused 1. Message number 203, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 213, Energy Production Inventory Exemption, ayes 59, noes 2, excused 1. Message number 204, February 6, 2023, House Bill number 229, Electronic Payment of Sales and Use Taxes, ayes 61, excused 1. Message number 206, February 6, 2023, House Bill number 286, ETS Consolidation, ayes 40, noes 21, excused 1. From the House of Representatives, message number 195, February 6, 2023. Mr. President, the following bills passed the House on third reading by the votes indicated. House Bill number 27, School Facilities Consolidated Remediation Schedule, ayes 59, noes 1, excused 2. Message number 198, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 123, Collection of Antler or Horns by Residents and Non-Residents, ayes 48, noes 13, excused 1. Message number 200, February 6, 2023. House Bill number 140, Mental Health Care Access Collaborative Care Model, ayes 40, noes 21, excused 1. Message number 201, February 6, 2023, House Bill number 165, Living Organ Donor Protection, ayes 61, excused 1. Message number 205, February 6, 2023, House Bill number 239, Vehicle Idling Decriminalization, ayes 59, noes 2, excused 1. Signed, Katie Talbot, House Chief Clerk.
Thank you. Reports from standing committees.
February 6, 2023, Mr. President, your committee number 1, Judiciary, to whom was referred House Bill 14, Civil Case Filing Fees Amendments, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Case, Cooper, Furphy, Landon, and Schuler. Senator Landon, Chairman. February 6, 2023, Mr. President, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom was referred House Bill 35, Daycare Certification Requirement Amendments, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. February 6, 2023, Mr. President, your committee number 10, Labor, Health, and Social Services, to whom is referred House Bill 82, Defendant Mental Illness Examinations Amendments, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
Thank you, Randy. Senator Landon.
Mr. President, House Bill 14 having just been read in, House Bill 14 Civil Case Filing Fees Amendments does have an administrative impact. I would ask that it be re-referred to Appropriations.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, with that order of business, consideration of bills on general file.
Mr. President, I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Motion passed. Senator Boner.
Wait, hold, come to order.
Go Bearcats.
There you go. That's right. First Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 107. Green Clerk will read the Senate file.
Senate File 107, Acquisition, Exchange, and Sale of Trust Lands, sponsored by Senator Hicks, an act relating to state lands. was referred to committee number 5, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Ide, Kolb, and Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman.
Further reading the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a recommendation that Senate File 107 do pass. There is a standing committee amendment. I would ask it be read in at this time.
Senate File 107, Standing Committee Amendments number 1, page 2, line 15, delete.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for an explanation of the bill and the amendment, I call on Senator Hicks.
Senator Hicks. Mr. Chairman, I bring to you a Senate File 107 deals with the acquisition, the exchange, and the sale of state trust lands. These are often known as institutional or school trust lands. Mr. Chairman, we have a situation over the years, there's land ownership patterns where we have checkerboard, private, state, federal, Forest Service, BLM, Bureau of Reclamation, and oftentimes these lands are stranded. You have very small isolated parcels scattered across the landscape to the tune of hundreds of thousands of acres of state land. So what this bill anticipates to do is go in, number one, is codify existing state land board policy, and 2, sets a priority for the disposal of these small isolated parcels. So, Mr. Chairman, if you go into the bill and you go to page 2, under subsection A, B, and C are all existing policy that were derived in 1999. So prior to 1999, there was a lot of state lands that were being sold, and it became kind of a hot issue, and people started questioning whether we should have a policy of complete disposal. What did that mean? And so at that point in time, Mr. Chairman, in the 90s, the State Land Board adopted a policy, and the policy is to try to maintain in the portfolio plus or minus 10,000 acres of state land. In other words, we weren't going to just sell all of them like some of our eastern states had done. We were going to retain them, but it allowed the flexibility of the Office of State Lands and the State Land Board, the top 5 elected officials, to dispose of some and then acquire others and maintain that portfolio with that plus or minus 10,000 acres. So this is the policy that was adopted in 1999. So what subsection A, B, and C all do spills over onto page 3, Mr. Chairman, is just codify that existing state land policy that's been in place for 24 years. So, Mr. Chairman, if you go on and then we get down into the middle of page 3, what it does is we come in here and we say, for the sale of these lands, so if a landowner or permittee, not a landowner, but if a permittee wanted to nominate one of these parcels for sale, that we would make available to them, if they needed the ability to finance those sales through the state of Wyoming through at least 2 different programs. I'll get to those later with the Committee of the Whole amendment, Mr. Chairman. But really what the meat of the bill is it's just the sentence that you see. We identify on page 4 what an isolated parcel means is a parcel of state trust lands surrounded by non-state lands. And we've got a standing committee amendment that clears up the language there. And if you go to page 5, here it is, to make state lands more manageable where lands are not otherwise manageable, including the disposal of any isolated parcel that is 80 acres or less. You see the same language over on page 6. So the whole intent of the bill is to try to move these isolated 80 acre or less parcels, dispose of them, and then under the existing policy, when they get to a number of acres, then the State Land Board could then go out there and acquire additional state lands to offset that, to stay within that range of the portfolio of plus or minus 10,000 acres, Mr. Chairman. That's what the bill does. I move Standing Committee Amendment number 1 to Senate File 107. This is just a little bit of cleanup. It goes into page 2 on line 15. What the Office of State Lands told us is it's their experience in the last 24 years of doing this. These land exchanges can take anywhere from 2 to 3 years to actually get done, and they ask that we extend the amount of time out for them to do the exchanges out to 3 years. So once somebody nominates it, these 80 acre parcels, they've got a process they go through, but it gives them 3 years to get that process done. Mr. Chairman, it does go into page 2 on lines 20 through 23, and then also spills over on page 3 on lines 1 through 2. And what they had asked is that we remove the subsection C. And this says, to the extent possible, the board shall strive to a balance of acquisition and exchange on a county by county basis. So what we don't want to do is, because those lands either come on or go off of the tax rolls once they're state lands. And so it's been the policy to try to not remove or incur a whole bunch of state lands into a county and remove those off the tax base. That policy will stay in place. It's just been the experience that to the extent possible, they will continue to try to do that. But we didn't feel it was necessary to actually put that and codify that into state law, Mr. Chairman. And then we clarified on page 4, line 2, that the areas that were the high priority areas are those isolated parcels that have no public access to them. Mr. Chairman, that's Standing Committee Amendment 1. I'd stand for any questions on Standing Committee Amendment 1.
Any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Hicks's motion to adopt Standing Committee Amendment number 1, Senate File 107, please say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. There is also a Committee of the Whole Amendment. Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1.
Let's get right in here.
Oh, could I get that read in?
Senate File 107, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 6 after line 20, insert.
Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 107 and ask for your favorable consideration. Part of the discussion was if we enact this law, how will the leasees know about it? And the recommendations from the agency is they will provide notice to all of these entities that hold state leases. And it just says on there that no later than June 30th of 2024 that the Office of State Land would notify each grazing lessee that this program exists and there is eligible for financing through 1134-109, which is farm loans, or 36-9-107, which is an existing finance plan in statutes that says if they put down 25% cash, they can finance those through the state for up to 2.5 years with an established interest rate established by the board. Stand for any questions on the Standing Committee Amendment 1, Senate File 107.
Any questions on the Committee of the Whole Amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion?
Mr.
Senator
Chairman,
Greer. Go ahead. Senator Greer. Sorry, Senator Hicks.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. I'm sorry I was off the floor during the First Amendment, so may have covered it, or during the explanation. And I only ask this question because it's been quoted back to me so many times, I'm kind of starting to lose it, about state trust lands and how we have to get the maximum dollar fund for the school children of Wyoming, maximum value. How does this bill, does this bill stay true to that goal? If not, why not? Or what is it that we're doing that would circumvent that or not? I'm just trying to figure that part out, because that's, like I say, it seems very important when anybody's talking about state lands in my neck of the woods. So just want to make sure that we're all playing on the same field here. I'm sure we are, just need an explanation. Thanks.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question would be about the 80 acres. Is 80 acres something magical? Is there a lot of those parcels that are less than 80 acres out there that rise to this? Just some context of the number of those parcels that may be out there as opposed to less than 120 or less than 160. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, in my area, there's a isolated piece that is a lot larger than 80 acres. The owner of the surrounding lands has managed to buy up enough to isolate it. It would be a prime elk habitat, winter habitat, and the elk are using it for a refuge because they don't allow hunting. Is that likely to be affected, or is this strictly limited to 80 acres? Because if isolated parcels like that that we may at some point take steps to obtain access to are involved, then I have real questions about the bill. 80 acres or less is a different issue. Mr. Chairman, so I'm wondering if the larger isolated parcels can be affected.
Hey, Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. And my good friend from Bates Creek just touched on a question that I had, which is that this seems to be leaning more toward the sale of some of the state land. And I wonder if our statutes, I haven't had time to do any homework here, but I wonder if the other side of the coin has been thought of, or the approach taken, that maybe what we do with these isolated lands is that we try to obtain some of the property so that they're not isolated, so that our sportsmen out across the state can get some access to property like the senator just pointed to. Does this preclude in any way or take away that notion that we may want to unisolate land without selling the state parcel? Thank you.
Okay, well, do you want to take a chance here, Senator Hicks, to answer those 4 questions, or we'll have a few more?
Chairman, so let me run through these. And so the number one is that nothing precludes anybody coming in and proposing a land exchange with the state land board. So if somebody could come in and say, look, there's 5 sections of state land there, I want to exchange those for that purposes. So this doesn't prejudice that process one iota. It doesn't try to get to that issue. I think what the primary issue that we're trying to get at is, number one, is to consolidate all these little parcels that are scattered that really they can't effectuate any management on them anyway, right? So if you got these 40s and 80s and they're scattered out there, they're landlocked, they're very difficult for the Office of State Lands Investment to manage. Basically, it's the Gray Z manages. What we're trying to do is consolidate these in to a block. And so through sales, although they could be done in an exchange process too. This doesn't say they can't be an exchange. This just drives a focus on the actual sales of it. But this is why it's important that we codify the existing policy. So once they got to the point that if they actually sold 10,000 acres of these isolated parcels, under their policy right now, they would go out there and acquire something that's much more manageable, and then get to the idea that derives a higher return of investment on those trust lands. That 80 acre or that 40 acre parcel is probably going to be used for one thing and one thing only. One thing and one thing only. You take 100 of those and you put them in a block someplace, then it facilitates the ability to potentially get higher returns on your investment. So I hope that answers a couple of questions. And then back to why 80 acres, is we want to do is make sure that people actually utilize the program. In other words, this is not a mandate. It's trying to say, let's start moving some of these to improve our management, get a higher return on the investment for the trustees, but we don't want to financially break people with mandating they have to sell them or saying that it's 160 or 130. But the very question is 80 acres the perfect amount? Maybe, maybe not. This is a modest step to start implementing a policy that we want to get rid of these very isolated tracts. That's all we're trying to do here, Mr. Chairman, and try to facilitate that opportunity that through the ability to tap into the existing loan program or the farm loan program, that we can try to consolidate these lands and receive a higher return on our investment, and also facilitate those things like public access and other things that might arrive if we start to consolidate state lands. You know, I just, you know, in this state, we always complain about the checkerboard and lack of access and all these issues. This is just one step in many to start to do, is to resolve some of those issues that are lingering out there. And it's a significant number of acres, and I'll try to get the exact acres, or at least a reasonable estimate of how many in 40s and 80 acres is out there, but I'm going to tell you it's substantial. So, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for any more questions on the bill.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just a couple, and I think you may have answered, but I'm not sure. Do these have to be driven by the lessee, or can the state nominate them on their own? So, you know, I wonder if a lessee is going to end up with one of their parcels sold unwillingly, that they either can't afford it or don't want it to go that way. And the second would be, and it goes back to what you just talked about, if that's the case, would you be amicable towards moving to 160? Because I actually myself think that actually less than section is probably appropriate, but 160 is probably more in line if you're actually going to do it. Thank you.
Chairman.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask a question about the definitions here. As you all know, my ranching operation leases state lands. We have at least one parcel I know of that's a 40-acre parcel. It is entirely surrounded by federal land. The county road goes across the federal land, but does not directly access the state. Under the terms of this, is that parcel something that's eligible for sale and likely to be pushed to be sold? Because if it is, I've got a conflict on this bill. If it isn't, I think the other small parcels I've got have public access one way or another. So I'm unclear from the language whether or not the particular parcels that I've got are affected by this bill or not.
Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm struggling to understand what can't be done right now based on the current practices that this bill either requires or provides an opportunity to do, and what the benefit of the legislation is. I do understand that in many cases there is certainly an interest in consolidating isolated lands, assuming that appropriate compensation is provided, fair market value, and that, again, it has to be in the interest of the trust on behalf of the schools. These types of land exchanges and or purchases are always available for application under the current system. The only thing that I see this doing really is codifying some aspects of the policy that was implemented back in, I believe it's 1999, regarding how much state land the state is to hold at any given time. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'm missing something here, potentially, of what this is trying to do. Because as I understand it, you could already get a loan for this purpose, and maybe that's not accurate. Maybe you couldn't get one of the two loan programs to apply to the acquisition of this land. That would be useful if you can't do that now. I see the purpose there. But everything to do with applying to purchase the land or land swap already exists. So what are we failing to do that this legislation would uniquely allow us to achieve? That's kind of the first concept. And the second, I guess, gets at the good senator from the northeastern part of the state. I'm interested in knowing how many 80-acre parcels are out there, how many parcels would be affected. If it's not an unreasonable number, I'd even be interested on second reading in having a list of those to understand it. If it turns out to be an unreasonable number, I'll understand that it's not a rational request. But those are my questions, Mr. Chairman.
Any further questions? Senator Hicks.
So, Mr. Chairman, back to my colleague from Mr. President, nothing changes in the current nomination process. So this doesn't change the current process whatsoever. To my colleague from Bates Creek, if you read the standing committee amendment that we put in there, it now defines what an isolated parcel is. So an isolated parcel means a parcel of state trust lands surrounded by non-state lands and without public access. So the scenario that my colleague talked about, that's not a priority for purchase under this. So not to say that somebody couldn't do that, it's just not focused through this bill. So to my colleague from Laramie County, I'll try to get the number of parcels, but I'm telling you it's substantial. In my neck of the woods, there's a lot of acres. I'm trying to remember what the first part of the question was. Mr. Chairman, if you could help me out and reiterate. Oh, I do remember now. What's different about this bill? Number one, it codifies existing policy. The other saying it draws an attention to those. And what we want to do is through the notification process, which doesn't exist, this will get a notice to every one of those lessees that currently has these and say, these are eligible. When we went through this process in the early 90s, the state land board actually put a moratorium on any sales of state lands, and that was in place for a number of time. I think sometimes there's still a perception out there as a moratorium, but what we want to do is bring a focused emphasis on starting with disposal of these isolated small parcels that are landlocked, that are hard to manage, and notify every one of those leasees out there that these programs are available. Really, other than what we currently do, it just provides that notification and that there is available funding sources to do that. This is kind of the carrot approach to start to resolve this issue of all these landlocked small parcels out there. So it's a gentle nudge in the right direction.
Any further discussion, Senator Office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that clarification. That does help. I do have a couple of questions regarding the valuation, and this has been a concern, I know, for the Office of State Lands and really for the State Land Trust with regard to these isolated properties, which is that it is a bit of a challenge to figure out what the market value is for them because they are isolated and effectively nobody can get to them. So there's going to be one bidder and it doesn't matter really what the intrinsic value of that property is because there's only one possible purchaser and that's going to drive the price down. So I know that in some circumstances it might not be in the state's best interest really to sell one of these pristine lands that might objectively have an incredibly high market value but realistically is isolated. And so it would take some future event of having an easement or having a local purchase or some other land nearby freeing up to unlock the value of that. So I have concern that while right now there's flexibility for the Office of State Lands to make some decisions, is this intending to nudge them to effectively liquidate in a way that wouldn't allow them to think, hey, this is a real jewel. It's true that we couldn't access it right now, but at some point in the future, you know, this might be a very, very valuable piece of land. I want to ensure that they're going to have the capacity to say, no, this might not be one we want to sell. I think the language is there, but I'm not entirely sure. So that's one continued concern I have. And then the final point gets back to really the current policy. We're codifying the policy that's been around for a while, and it's I guess worked fine, but one of the challenges it has always had is an assumption that all acres are equal. And it's true they are in surface area, but they might not be in value or any other aspect. So as we're contemplating permanently codifying the number of acres in, you could effectively be liquidating high value acreage and replacing it with low value acreage and eroding the value of the state asset, which is then contrary potentially to the state's interest and certainly the interest of the Common School Permanent Land Fund Trust. Was that at all discussed or thought through? If we really are going to codify, we want acreage to be preserved, we also want value to be preserved. Is there a way to capture both concepts? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
President Driscoll.
I'll answer the first half for you because I've lived through it. I understand it pretty well. I've done an exchange. Interestingly enough, for access, the state land office does something that you're captive if you're doing an exchange or buying from them. They don't care if it has access or not. They have the appraiser come in to appraise the property as if it had paved road access to it. So it doesn't matter if it sits 30 miles in the middle of a ranch somewhere. They do the appraisal as if it had access, even though it does not. So that gives the state, and it's the only way they'll participate in a sell or purchase with you is have it treated that way. So that end of it really is covered very, very well. As far as capturing the value, and I'm going to let the good senator go into that more, very often those exchanges, at least, the state nearly always comes out ahead in value because those smaller parcels have high values and they generally trade them back into higher acreage of the same value. The instance we used, they're allowed up to $10,000 extra on top of whatever it was, and they use it every time. You're going to give them a $10,000 bump for free that they just pick up. So the state does a phenomenal job of protecting trust interest, in my opinion, on these exchanges themselves. They're good at it. It doesn't feel very good if you're on the other end of it because you pay for everything, appraisals, all the stuff. I can tell you, like on mine, the state didn't like the first 3 appraisals. All appraisers they asked for, they didn't like the first 3. We did 4 appraisals before we finally got one the state liked. I didn't have a chance to say I didn't like the one that they got and turn it back. So it's kind of interesting how they do it. And I really do believe to make you feel at ease as they do a fine job of protecting state interests.
Senator Landon.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciated the president's remarks because it's helping me to get to this. My concern is, and it goes to you and I, Mr. Chairman, we have dealt with some things in the center part of the state where some of our own people have kind of lost out. And I guess maybe I could be given a little bit of good news with respect to if we identify one of these parcels and we throw it out there on the market, are our Wyoming people going to lose on this thing? I don't know how else to put that, because let's just say that it's a grazing parcel that a ranch is used for years and years, and somebody puts that thing up for consideration. I appreciate the fact that we do a good job of taking care of trust lands, and we're going to get everything out of it that we should for our schools. But what about our constituents? What about our Wyoming people and our heritage? Help to calm me down a little bit on that front. That's the worry that I've got. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks?
Mr. Chairman, I'll try to start with these and address some of these concerns. No, the State Land Board doesn't have to accept any of these. They're not obligated by any form or fashion to say, well, somebody nominated a 40-acre parcel and say, well, they're going to go through it. It all has to be at fair market value. So the current process is the state assesses hires an assessor. They look at the value of that. You can either accept that or you can go hire your own assessor. And then if you don't agree with that, you go back to the state. But the state always reserves the right to agree on what that assessed value is, and it's based on fair market value. So that's the first thing. So how do we guarantee that there's not something out there? They'll go through that process. The number one thing that you have to look at, every decision that drives these is going to be the fiduciary responsibility of the trustees to maximize revenue for the trusts. That's what they're going to do, folks. You can't tell me right now when you're getting $62 or $8.42 a year off a 40-acre parcel in the Red Desert that that's really doing the best job for the beneficiaries. Nothing nefarious here. This is just really trying to do what we should have done all along, is block these up to make them more manageable and to meet the fiduciary responsibility of the trust, which is derive more revenue for the trustees, which is our public school system. So are we, the Wyoming people, going to lose? This is directly driven by a lot of these controversies out here. We need to start blocking up these lands to generate a higher rate of return on the investment and facilitate. You know, we have more landlocked lands in the state of Wyoming than any other state in the nation, folks. 3.8 million acres of lands that people can't get to. The likelihood that the federal government's ever going to start and do anything is remote. This is just a start in the right direction for what the state of Wyoming can do, and it's to meet 2 objectives. meet the fiduciary responsibility, and also facilitate those opportunities for the people of the state of Wyoming to enjoy all the potential benefits derived by these assets. And also hopefully work within the constraints of the financial ability of those current lessees to work under this program. So, Mr. Chairman, I hope that addresses all the concerns.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Steinmetz' motion that when the committee of the whole rises report, do so with favorable recommendation of Senate File 107, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 107 is passed committee of the whole. Ladies and gentlemen, that took about half an hour. We have 23 bills left or 22 bills left. So just a little status check there. So it's the last day for committee of the whole. Next Senate File for consideration is Senate File 138.
Senate File 138, Unemployment Insurance Coverage Period and Reporting, sponsored by Senator Kolb, an act relating to labor and employment. It was referred to committee number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Ide, Kolb, and Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, chairman. Was re-referred to committee number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused, Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a recommendation that Senate File 138 do pass. And there is a standing committee amendment. I ask it be read in at this time.
Senate File 138, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 4, after.
Mr. Chairman, I move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 138. And for an explanation of the bill and the amendment, I call on Senator Kolb.
Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go through the standing committee amendment first. First section is an $18,000 appropriation. This was what the Department of Workforce Services relayed that they needed for the updating and administration of the Wyoming unemployment insurance system. The other half to this is the effective date. At this particular meeting, they requested that the effective date be moved to November 1 of 2023. And I'll stand for questions.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Standing committee amendment number 1 is passed. Back to you, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move committee of the whole amendment number 1.
Let's have that read in real quick.
Could you read that in, please?
Senate File 138, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 12, delete.
Go ahead, Senator Kolb.
I move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 138 and ask for your favorable consideration. So after further review with Department of DWS, Department of Workforce Services, they were explaining that the 13 weeks was going to be an obstacle for the change of a reduction of the unemployment period for unemployment insurance. And they indicated that 20 weeks would be as low as they could possibly go without a major effect to the fund. So the amendment changes the 13 to 20 weeks for unemployment insurance. And also, after they reviewed further, the implementation time period, they wanted another month. So this also has a January 1, 2024 effective date. And I will stand for questions.
Okay, any questions on the committee of the whole amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the committee of the whole amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That amendment has passed. Back on the bill, Senator Kolb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now I'll go through the bill and try to track in what was just changed so it's more easily understood. This is an act relating to labor and employment, reducing the maximum length of unemployment benefits to 20 weeks, renaming the Unemployment Insurance Commission to the Reemployment Insurance Commission, specifying an effective date, and also changing the extended benefit from 13 to 6.5 times the weekly benefit. I might add, this is a federally enacted situation, and the state doesn't have anything to do with this, but that is the reduction proposed in this bill. So it really comes down to probably what we've all been hearing. It seems like there's an awful lot of jobs out there, not an awful lot of people trying to fill them. So this isn't a baby step into reducing the amount of unemployment insurance time period to frankly benefit our employers. And as per the fiscal note, there is going to be a reduction of rates with that reduction of these particular benefits that will benefit our employers in the long run and help, frankly, Wyoming businesses get more employees to help benefit the state of Wyoming and our employers. And I will stand for any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions? Senator Rothfuss.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I might not have been tracking exactly what the bill is doing, and honestly, I was a little lost on the amendments that were coming before the explanation, so I don't know exactly where things are, but it is my takeaway that it's a reduction in the number of weeks that unemployment can be available to workers. So hopefully that's what we're talking about. And if that is the case, I guess my question is why? I understand the idea that there's a narrative that says that employers can't hire, and I do believe that there's a lot of problem associated with that based on wages and a lot of other factors. But Mr. Chairman, it's also my understanding that nationally unemployment is at about a 40-year low or something like that, 30-year low. The state of Wyoming unemployment is below 4%, spent a while at 3%. I think it crept back up to maybe mid 3%. I don't know how changing something from the reducing unemployment benefits side would do anything to lead to more employees. And in fact, I'd almost expect the contrary. If you were somebody that was on the labor market and you were looking for opportunities and struggling to find a job, this would be the kind of thing that would drive those workers that are currently unemployed and looking for work to other states that have programs available that can ensure that they actually have the opportunity to find the jobs that they want. So if the objective here is to try to ensure that we're filling vacancies, I just can't imagine from an economic standpoint that this would lead to filling those vacancies. And so I'd like more discussion. Did anyone model this? Has anyone from any other state observed a positive correlation between rolling back the unemployment timeline and reducing the unemployment rate by adding new jobs, which is the key point, right? You might reduce the unemployment rate, but it doesn't necessarily correlate to actually hiring workers. So, Mr. Chairman, I guess I'd like a little evidence and analysis and data that supports this, assuming that I understand what it does.
Any further questions? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll help out with some of that through the testimony. What we found out is the average utilization rate of the Wyoming UI program right now is about 12 weeks. On the high end, they tend to run up there around 20, 22. There is some anecdotal evidence out there where other states have actually reduced the number of weeks right now, that they see some increase in employment. Right now in Wyoming, there's roughly 8 jobs open available for every person on UI benefits. The testimony that we've got from the department was by reducing it from 26 to 20 would still allow a reduction in those employment paid benefits and not have any substantial impact on the department's programs that they operate to retrain people. That's why if you look at the standing committee amendment or the committee of the whole amendment, it moved it from 13 back up to 20. That was based on some of the modeling that the department did and made those recommendations that would probably be the number that we could actually reduce that by those 6 weeks and achieve those reductions in those payments by the employers and not result in any substantial negative impact. Now, there might be an individual, but overall to their programs, based on the information that we asked them to provide, it looked like that was kind of the sweet spot.
Any further discussion? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to add, this is our U.S. Department of Labor statistics in Wyoming. They are currently 22,000 job openings and currently 3,054 folks on unemployment. So there definitely seems to be a gap between the number of jobs and opportunities to the folks that are on unemployment. So this is a step in the right direction, and I look forward to your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion that when the committee whole rises to report, do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 138, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Senate File 138 is passed committee of the whole. Next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 147.
Senate File 147, Government Contracts Labor Organization, sponsored by Senator Anderson, an act relating to public works and contracts. It was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Bartle, Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Case?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 147, Government Contracts, Labor Organizations. Mr. Chairman, there is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask it be read in at this time.
Senate File 147, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 8 after.
And Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment and ask you to yield to Senator Anderson as bringer of the bill.
Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate File 147 codifies and protects how public construction work is contracted in the state. A fair and open bidding process inclusive of all contractors regardless of labor affiliation. The bill simply says that state and local public entities, when procuring services for public construction, can neither require nor prohibit the use of a project labor agreement as a condition for bidding and winning these contracts. PLAs discriminate against an overwhelming majority of the construction workforce who are non-union. As the federal government continues to impose or encourage PLAs wherever possible, it is wise for our state to prevent any discussion of using PLAs on Wyoming projects by passing this simple piece of legislation. There's a letter from 18 governors, and one of our governor is signatory to it, to the director of a government-wide acquisition policy, and I was just going to read you just a little bit of it. We, the undersigned governor, submit comment expressing our opposition to the project labor agreement mandates proposed by the Federal Acquisition Regulatory Council. In April of this year, which just happened, 18 governors wrote a letter to President Biden expressing opposition to PLA mandates. With this letter, we formally submit our concerns to the rulemaking process. So with that, this bill makes it state policy that we will protect fair and open competition in public construction, protect our construction workers, and protect our taxpayers. The amendment goes in on page 2, and if you want to look at your bill, on page 2, on line 8, right after B, we put in subject to 16.6.108. What that says, if you look at your green book, this does not apply to federal grants like money for airports. Airports get grants, they don't get matching funds. The other will apply to matching funds, which usually are a 90-10 match, but airports get grants that are total federal funds, and in those cases, the federal laws will apply. We also help the bill by sticking in on line 17 right after with any person including a labor organization, And then the same thing on page 20, or line 23, page 2, an agreement with any person, including a labor organization. So that's the bill, that's the amendment. I would move he's already moved the amendment. I'd ask for your support of the amendment. Thank you.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of the standing committee amendment, say aye. Opposed, say no. As passed, we're back on the bill. Any discussion? Senator Office.
So I appreciate the last amendment, which sounds like it provides some flexibility for circumstances where there are federal requirements associated with the funding, but it seemed rather limited. Are there appropriate exceptions in place for any federal project, whether that's through matching funds or other provision of funds, so that if there's a requirement of a specific contract terms and conditions, there would be flexibility to utilize those requirements so that you can accept federal funds, or would there be anticipation that federal funds would be denied from time to time because we the state would be protesting any use of such agreements?
Any further questions? Okay, Senator Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the question. There would not be a problem with the matching funds where the feds only put up a matching amount. Then we regulate the job and the bidding. But where they put up the full amount in a grant, then they administer the rules. So our rules would apply to any jobs that we have that are matching or otherwise. There's a lot of our state contracts are not matching, so they would apply to that too. A lot of this is in the construction industry, not just the heavy highway and that. It's in the building and trades. So in the building and trades, there's a lot of business in this. So yes, they would not be a problem with our matching ones because our rules apply.
Any further discussion? Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there was another discussion in the standing committee that took up this bill about the applicability of this new statute to the remainder of that particular chapter. So there's an ongoing discussion. You may see a second reading amendment making sure that we aren't carving out something unintentionally. It shouldn't give you concerns about this particular portion of the bill. We just we want to make sure it fits accurately within the chapter. So that there may be a standing committee or a second reading amendment, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the favorable recommendation, Senate File 147, say aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries. Next Senate file for consideration is Senate File 142.
Senate File 142, Carbon Capture and Sequestration, sponsored by Senator Scott, an act relating to public utilities. It was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Barlow, Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman.
Further reading the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 142, carbon capture and sequestration. There is a standing committee amendment. I'd ask to be read in.
Senate File 142, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 8, delete.
Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment, and for an explanation of the bill and the amendment, I'd ask that we yield to the tall senator from Bates Hole.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, this is the carbon capture and sequestration bill, and I will explain it as briefly as I can. I don't want to try to talk things to death here in last day of committee of the whole. A key is, why do we need to do this? And let me see if I can explain that. First, we had an estimate done of the revenue that would be generated if the CO2 is available for use in the oil field that is right handy to one of these power plants up in just west of Glenrock. And the answer is 1.2 billion in additional state and local taxes and royalties. That's over a 20-year project, and that's strictly the money that this bill is responsible for. Took me a while to get all the revenue from wells that were going to be drilled and produced anyhow out of there. So this is strictly the marginal revenue, 1.2 billion over a 20-year project. Be front-loaded some because that's the way these things work. That's enough, I think, Mr. Chairman, to get our attention. Second, the oil business needs CO2 for recovery from these old oil fields, needs more than is going to exist, and needs a second source. All the CO2 now being used, and in some of it's being used in my district in Salt Creek Field, and very successful, is coming from a single plant on the LaBarge platform in Sublette County. It's a byproduct of the production of natural gas and helium. Unusual formation there to have that kind of CO2 in it, but it does. But that's only one source. It's not going to be, Mr. Chairman, a large enough source to meet all our needs, and we need a second source so the oil business benefits from having competing sources. This bill does protect jobs at the power plants locally in my county and my neighboring county, and also in another plant that's covered down more in the southwest part of the state. And this bill involves no state subsidy. Let me repeat that. No state subsidy. The people involved here say they can make it work on a private sector basis. Now, Mr. Chairman, I have to tell you there is a federal subsidy involved, but this bill will mean that there's less money spent in the federal subsidy because there's two federal subsidies, one for deep sequestration of CO2 to just entirely remove it, a second lesser, and that's expensive to do, and a second lesser one for oil and gas, using it for oil and gas recovery, which is what this bill is pushing, because that's where the state makes money and produces more oil and is more jobs for our constituents. Another reason is with what's going on with the great growth in renewables in the electric grid, many of us, myself included, are concerned that the grid is going to become unstable, have massive blackouts, and when that happens, utilities will be asked to build more facilities, fix that, be new facilities. They'll get a handsome rate of return on it, so they'll be all right. But the rest of us will see our rates go through the ceiling. And Mr. Chairman, there's a high ceiling here. And they really will go way up. I will tell you that the utility principally involved in this one and the plants that are covered has been opposed. We tried to work with them, met with them a couple times since last session. Tried to say, we told them bluntly, what can we put in this, make it palatable? And it came down to it, their attitude was go away. And their attitude, as I've heard them express it, is that serving carbon capture customers, CO2 customers, does not fit our business model. It's the way they put it. That in a regulated public utility with facilities that we, the ratepayers, have paid for it, and with the possibility of making a profit from a byproduct that would reduce rates. That attitude, I think, Mr. Chairman, is appalling. Mr. Chairman, now, what does the bill do? You'll see some definitions in there. You'll see some guidance to the Public Service Commission. Looks like a purpose statement, but it isn't. It's put the guidance to the Public Service Commission in once, so I didn't have to repeat it 4 or 5 times. You'll see that starting on page 6, line 10. If you look at nothing else in the bill, look at that. That's a pretty good explanation of what we're trying to achieve. Bill applies to electric generation units, 300 megawatts or larger. There's economies of scale, Mr. Chairman. That's why we did that. And it's ones that are slated for retirement before 2034. There are some after 2034, but that's far enough out. We ought to have 2034 as a sunset on new plants being affected by this. The world's going to change between now and then. And there is, Mr. Chairman, you have to have a market for the electricity because this is a byproduct. That's dealt with language on page 33 and following. You can look at that there. Mr. Chairman, I'm now going to shift to the amendment, which will explain the rest of the bill. It is an extensive amendment, and I've had distributed a copy of the bill where it's tracked in so that you can follow what the actual text is. Page and line numbers don't quite match up because of the technique used, but you can see the text, Mr. Chairman, as it would be after the amendment. Amendment does a few simple things, and let me explain. There are some changes in definition. In particular, we worked with somebody from the Public Service Commission, and she had a recommendation on changing a definition that follows through. It's the definition of a coal-fired generating unit. You can see that on the first page of the amendment. Mr. Chairman, she understood, a sharp lawyer, understood Public Service Commission law much better than I do, or frankly, I had very good drafting assistants from the LSO, but they're not expert in that either. So there's a number of improvements there. You see one of them, it's on page 2, line 29, or line 22 in the amendment, refers to page 8, line 19 and following. We said that carbon capture is in the public interest, and they agreed with that. They liked that. It saved them quite a bit of hearing time to have that in the law, but they said, word it just slightly differently so that we can't interpret it as being the only thing in the public interest. And so we reworded that to fit their definition. There's quite a bit of that sort of thing, and a number of places where we put procedural requirements in, they said that's already covered by our statute, so we took those out. Mr. Chairman, the amendment removes bonding provision for reclamation, decommissioning. We had heard reports that there were major troubles, and nobody will touch one of these power plants if there's major troubles. So we were putting in a bonding provision. Subsequently talked to both the PSC and the DEQ, said, no, we've got this under pretty good control. And so we took out the bonding provisions, but left in a provision for a study of how much for bonding has already been recovered through rates. So the power company can't take what they've already recovered, put it in the pocket of a certain wealthy individual in Nebraska that owns them, and then charge us all over again. And also, there's a study at the end of the bill for the DEQ, two-stage study, preliminary report on what they know now in October. And Mr. Chairman, and then next year, if they have to do more work to really define it, they'll report to the Joint Committee, and that will be dealt with next year. And they may have to do some more work because we want to really nail this down so that we can go forward. There was some language and preventing changes in the plant that were designed to prevent carbon capture. We were afraid of that. And Public Service Commission said, well, what about if they want to convert it to natural gas, which would be a rational thing to do. So there's a provision in there you can see in the amendment that will allow the Public Service Commission to see which is more in the public interest, a natural gas conversion or leaving it coal-fired. Natural gas will prevent, under current technology, a efficient carbon capture. They've considerable language making a better fit with existing statutes. That's already there. And in particular, Mr. Chairman, this bill does force the sale of plants for utility plants if they're going to be abandoned. And we were concerned about that. Existing law forces that, and the federal government has set a precedent. They had troubles with the railroads, Mr. Chairman, and particularly the East and the Midwest where they're overbuilt. And they said, fine, you can, in a thing called the Staggers Act passed in the early 1980s, they said, fine, you can abandon those, but you got to offer them for sale at net salvage value, net liquidation value, I think is what the federal words were. And that meets the constitutional test and has for 40 years, and very successful. They get more nimble management in some of those lines, and those people can run it where the larger ones couldn't, and then they got rid of the ones that didn't work. But that's a federal precedent. And we were trying to say, okay, put a stop to them just not selling it, but just sitting on it, doing nothing, letting it sit there and deteriorate. And there was an output reduction section, and the Public Service Commission had some concerns there in regard to the multi-state protocol. So we changed that from a 35% figure and what was an output reduction to 10%. And the existing bill gives the Public Service Commission the authority to actually take it 25 points higher or lower, so they could take it to 0 if there was a problem. Those, Mr. Chairman, that's the fundamentals of it. As I say, there was passed out a copy that it tracks in the amendments. And I would urge adoption. Standing committee amendments would stand for questions at this time, Mr. Chairman, on the standing committee amendment.
Any questions or discussion on the standing committee amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the standing committee amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. As carried, we're back on the bill. Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, that explains the bill. I know it's a complicated one. Be happy to explain things further right now or offline if people have questions. I would say it's urgent that we adopt this. I am afraid that what might happen is a potential major customer at this plant it's expensive for them to get CO2 from the Labarge platform. They'd have to build considerable pipeline, and CO2 is expensive to transport. But I'm afraid they might do it, and that would preclude the use of that CO2 elsewhere in the state. They'll take 70% of the CO2, I understand, from the expansion of that plant, and that will restrict what's available elsewhere. But I'm afraid if we don't give this a push, they'll feel they have to, because frankly, the way they make their money is to get that rest of that oil out, and they can't take a chance with a power company that's opposed. So, Mr. Chairman, that's the bill. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Any discussion? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, this bill tries to do a couple of things that are really important to the state of Wyoming. And one is to save the power plant that's located at Glenrock, which is going to be difficult to do because the owner of it has probably set the closing date of it. The other is to flood that field right there close to that power plant. And as has been stated, we could probably do that with CO2 from Labarge. So we could save that field or enhance that field a lot with CO2. So both of those things are very, very good things to do. But my problem is I fear that this might not be the vehicle to do it. It's 42 pages and there's huge changes from the standing committee amendment, made a lot of changes. We might want to study this as an interim subject and try to come up with better ways to do it and to try to save that power plant at Glenrock also, and the oil field. We want to do both those things, but maybe we don't quite have this ready for prime time. Thank you.
Senator Ide.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the good colleague of mine from Natrona County. That was a good presentation. Just a couple of questions. You mentioned that we have an existing law that handles liquidation if they abandon it. My question there is there a timeline associated with that? You know, is it 5 years, 2 years, 10 years? And then the only other question is I toured the Salt Creek field up there with our good representative over across the lane here. He's worked that field up there, and it's a similar CO2 injection there that substantially increased the production. You know, it was 500 barrels a day to 4,000 barrels a day, and I think that was all LaBarge CO2. Is that you know, infrastructure available for what we're trying to do here? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Hey, Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, answer those questions first. Yes, the infrastructure is you have to adapt it to each field, and there's some skill involved in that. But the fields of this age, it really works, been used in a number of places, and it would be similar. In this case, you have some problems with old wells on the top of the formation, but there's multiple pay zones. You want to go to the deeper ones because you won't have the problem with it leaking out of older wells. So yes, that is available. There was another question, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ide.
Oh, just on the timeline of the.
Senator Scott, go ahead.
Timeline. On the previous statutes, the timeline was 2030, I believe. When those statutes were passed a few years ago, carbon capture was regarded as a possibility, but the technology was not economic. And what's changed is the price of oil at that time was down in the cellar, and it's no longer there. It's above the break even where this is profitable. So that makes a big difference. We can push, and this plant is slated for closure in 2027. So it becomes extra important. And speaking to the interim study possibility, Mr. Chairman, I strongly oppose that because I think that will result in, frankly, the big customer right next to the power plant going to LaBarge for their CO2, even though it'll be a good deal more expensive because they can't afford to take the risk they won't get any. And that will prevent the use of that CO2 elsewhere, where the market is developing very rapidly and looks very promising. And so it'll wind up being a significant net cost to the state to put it off. And I know the power company wants to, but they've been trying to stall this just right along. And so for all those reasons, I think that's I think we either do it now or we lose the power plant, and it's not worth proceeding in the future, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the bill, I see we talk about carbon capture. We talk about use of carbon dioxide, purpose of carbon capture, a lot of key words that I see on the global agenda on what we're going to do with carbon. I see a lot of infrastructure put in place here. We're going to move carbon. What I don't see is the words carbon credits. I don't see cap and trade. I don't see all the other parts that goes along with this. Once we start moving carbon, once we start sticking it in a pipeline, it's going to be metered and it's going to be taxed. The only reason we're going to get some money right now to get this done is so the infrastructure is put in place. And that's what I've seen by looking at lots of data from the larger organization, the one that wants one world government. I guess if I can't say their name, I guess you'll have to guess who I'm talking about, but it starts out with it has the word nations in it. But all their goals, I mean, go to even token-like credits and taxes that come on, and then caps on how much carbon can be produced. We're not talking about that. And that's what the goal is. When you see money coming out of Washington, D.C., there's strings tied to it. So I would be very cautious that we don't shoot ourselves in the foot here. There's too much at stake when carbon is taxed. I mean, I don't want to belabor this, but this is really a big deal. When is the last time we've even talked about cap and trade? Remember when those were scary words when that stuff started coming out. We're not talking about this. This is what this ends up with. So I mean, I'm going to be against this bill for that reason.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and just for clarification, I understand we routinely use carbon now for enhanced oil recovery. The bill uses the word oil and gas, and so I'm not familiar with anywhere where we use carbon to do enhanced natural gas recovery. So is that just because we always equate those two to the same, or in fact, is there potential for that? That would be my first question, Mr. Chairman. And then just the way I read this bill, it only deals with public utilities, but what about these generating facilities that are partnerships that have either public utilities and then also cooperatives as a percentage of the ownership in those facilities? And so 2 questions there.
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the cooperatives, they are exempt. This bill does use the exemption that was put in the bill we passed a few years ago, and they are exempt. They would be exempt anyhow because their large facilities are not slated for retirement as far as I know. But they are formally exempt, other than maybe we could sell them some electricity. But that would be strictly voluntary on their part. So that's how we dealt with it. We don't have a problem there, so we said exempt. With regard to the oil and gas, yes, it's going to be used. The implications for gas are, well, one of the fields I'm aware of in the vicinity in Converse County was using methane instead of CO2, because that's what they could get. But the price of methane has gone to the point where I don't think that's viable anymore. So they're a potential customer here. But yeah, it's strictly the oil industry. And sometimes the oil and gas terminology just gets carried forward. With regard to the other features, talking about carbon credits and all that sort of thing, this is very different from that. This bill says the private sector wants to do CO2 enhanced recovery in oil fields because it's a way to make money. And it makes money for the private sector. I'm in favor of that. It provides jobs for Wyoming people in the process. I'm in favor of that. And it provides additional revenue to the state and local government from existing taxes and royalties. I'm in favor of that. So you don't need to talk about all the fancy stuff that Washington is talking about to justify putting in subsidies and strings to do it to make a buck. And that's the American way, that's the Wyoming way, and I urge adoption of the bill, Mr. Chair.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report, do so with the due pass recommendation on Senate File 142, say aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. Senate File 142 has passed the committee of the whole. Next, Senate File for our consideration is Senate File 146.
Senate File 146, State-Funded Capital Construction, sponsored by the Appropriations Committee, an act relating to state-funded capital construction. It was referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Nethercott. No, Senator Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Kinski?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 146. We have a standing committee amendment. I would ask that it be read in at this time.
Senate File 146, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, Budgets, Section 67, Capital Construction Projects, page 10, line 6, after.
For an explanation of this bill and the amendment, I would turn to my colleague, Senator Guru.
Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Folks, the train's still headed uphill. If I could, I'd like to move the Standing Committee Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 146 at this time. Okay, here's how we're going to go through this. If you'll help me, I think we'll be able to get through this expeditiously as possible, and I can try to get to your questions. I'm going to be referring to the bill, Senate File 146. Also on your desk, you should have a little summary sheet. The summary sheet is going to come in when I start on page 8. You'll be able to read page 8 on the bill, or you can look at the summary sheet. It helps track what I'm going to be saying, and also maybe start answering some of the questions that you have, like, why did the governor ask for 88 million and we took it to 200? And then we can kind of move through that from there. And then at the end, I'll track in the standing committee amendment, which changes some of the little parts that I'm going to explain in the bill, but I think it's the easiest way. So here we go. Starting on section 1, page 2, line 3 of your bill, just talks about the creation of the Wyoming State Hospital Demolition Account. Once again, going back to the budget itself, you might recall that we appropriated $39 million towards that. You'll see here coming up how much we're spending on actually demoing that building out of part of the what's the word I'm looking for? Reversions, thank you, reversions that we were talking about in the budget bill. Next, section 2, pages 2, 3, and 4 are the cost escalation, de-escalation of construction contract specifics, 7.5% to 30% across the enterprise. If you read those pages, you'll see in the specific departments what we're talking about there. Those also will come up in a little bit. Page 4 through 9, let's see. Page 4, lines 4 through 9, are UW expenditure inflation costs only after all alternative project funding sources and appropriations have been obligated and the project cannot be completed without additional funds. Section 3, pages 4 through 6, is a little important too as you go through. This is the definition of accounts and appropriation procedures. Also section 4, pages 7 through 10, talk about the capital construction projects and appropriations. So now as we turn to page 8, and then you can grab your sheet from there. Page 8, lines 4 and 5, this is State Building Commission Inflation Reserve, line 23 in your bill, old projects experiencing inflation-related increases. Your JAC increased this number from the GovRec from 50 million to by 1.4 million because of the calculation performed required this amount instead of the first 50 million from the governor's recommendation. Next, line 8, pages 6 through 7, cost escalation and de-escalation. These are for new projects. Supplemental budget request for for inflation-related costs. And I want to go back 1 second to the old projects. When we talk about what are the old projects, just some of them, just to give you a flavor for it. Northwest Community College, the Powell Student Center, Northwest Community College Sheridan Tech and Applied Science, the Department of Corrections Honor Farm, and then there's a number of other projects, Fire Academy, Concrete in Riverton, the Boys School, the Vets Home, and so that's just a part of where those dollars are going, plus UW projects, like I say, projects across the enterprise. Next, page 8, line 8. This is the State Fair, and you can see here there's $500,000 there on that line, and that is for matching funds. So this is for the State Fair Master Plan for projects to be completed in 1 to 3 years, like I say, with a matching fund from any other source. Page 8, line 9, Fort Washakie demo. The electrical system is not usable anymore and needs demolition. This is recommended in their January 2020 master plan. Page 8, line 10 and 11. This is for the Riverton State Office Building. This is a JAC ad of $34 million for an office building to be constructed in one of our favorite counties, Fremont County. Next up is page 8, line 12. This is the state hospital demo. And here we reduced the $39.3 million that we talked about from the reversions and put in $15 million. The budget bill is still capturing the reversion. Why can't I say that today? Of 39.3 and approving $15 million for the demolition. And that's added in footnote 3 on page 9, line 10. Next up, page 8, line 13. This is the DFS Emerson building, not the Emerson building here, but the Emerson building that's out in Fremont County at the Life Resource Center. This is on page 8, line 13, and added footnote 4 on page 9, line 16 for the rehab and renovation of the Emerson building on the campus of the Wyoming Life Resource Center. This is a building that we started to do work on, found there was more work to be done upstairs in the attic, and it's best now, most cost-effective to complete it at this time. Next, page 8, line 14. This is LCCC. This is an exterior facade, part of a 4-part project. Wyoming Community College Commission initiative to modernize and preserve facilities for the campus, such as insulating and sealing the existing exterior, the precast exterior concrete surfaces. So this is a job just to extend the life of that building. Next up, page 8, line 15, Western Wyoming Community College, Powerline Tech and Powerline Technology Building, collaboration with Wyoming Innovation Partnership for Tech Education Program at Western College, Rock Springs. Thank you. Page 8, line 16, Eastern Wyoming Community College, Construction Tech. This is authorizing funds to proceed on a multi-pronged project of Economic Development Administration funds to expand the Douglas campus, and there are matching funds coming from Douglas Campus Maintenance and Operational Fund. Next, page 8, line 17, Northwest Community College Orndorff Building. This is renewal of infrastructure. Pipes are leaking pretty bad over there, and they're leaking into the electrical system, and so the piping system for water and sewer and the electrical system all need to be changed out. Next, page 8, line 18, WCC military campuses. JAC added $25,000 in general funds. And see footnote number 5, page 9, line 19. This is funds to distribute to all the campuses who are veterans friendly and to work on a military memorial or display. Next up, line 8, or page 8, line 19. This is Ranch A. This is $1 million out of the soon-to-be long-gone SIPA fund to be put towards the Ranch A project for maintenance and a rehabilitation for Ranch A. Page 8, line 20. Department of Corrections Women's Center roof repair and replacement, leaks, structural component issues. I'm sure most of you will remember we just put a new air conditioning system up there last year and found out that we had more issues on the roof than we thought. So that kind of walks through those on page 8. Now, if you move to page 10, and you get to, section 67, and more capital construction, and this is University of Wyoming. Page 10, line 5, University of Wyoming inflation reserve footnote. That's $70 million there. Lines 10 through 24, expended only after all alternative project funding sources and appropriations have been obligated, exhausted, and must be dedicated first to UW student housing project, including the north and south residence halls. Upon completion, signing of a construction contract for UW housing project, funds can be expended for, this is the way the bill is now, for West Stands, a war memorial, or to expand the Corbett Pool. And we'll be talking about that in the standing committee amendment. The bottom line on that for an explanation, the $70 million is to complete the dorm project, which has been going on now for 4 years, got interrupted by COVID, has been plagued with some cost overruns and costs that have been incurred associated to the project itself, other changes to the project. So that's where that $70 million comes from, is to see that project through to completion. Next, page 10, line 6. This is the AMK Ranch renovation, added infrastructure updates, expansion of AMK Ranch facilities, including a new dorm space. The AMK Ranch is a research center at the University of Wyoming. It's housed in Teton County at the north end of Jackson Lake. Section 5, page 11, lines 3 through 13, is authorization for inclusion of Wyoming Law Enforcement Academy facilities to use previously appropriated $899,800 in SIPA funds. This was money for the Law Academy, actually, I think, to do some shooting ranges and some other workups there at the academy itself that we have previously approved. Next, section 6, page 11, starting on line 19, Casper State Office Building. Unexpended, unobligated funds for the construction of the Thyra Thompson State Office Building to revert to the Casper State Facilities account. Next, section 7, which is in pages 12 through 15 of your bill. Number 7A on page 12, line 22, JAC added $3.5 million of general funds to the WBC for Community Recreation Center contingent on a match of funds. This is a winter recreation center in Fremont County. 7B, page 13, starting on line 19, added $3 million of general funds to the Wyoming Business Council for an historic coal mining community building. This is a community in an historic coal mining town that we all know and love. Next, page 7, line 14, starting on line 20, JAC added $4 million to OSLI for a rodeo bridge only for infrastructure projects that create or enhance pedestrian transportation right here in our own capital city. Next, section 8, page 15, starting on line 22, Riverton State Office Building Task Force. If you recall, a few lines ago, we put in $34 million for a Casper office, or for a Riverton office building, and this is for $50,000 to set up a task force to work on that project. Next, section 9 on page 20, line 21. Wyoming State Penitentiary Capital Construction Account, $10 million from Wyoming State Penitentiary Capital Construction Account to the State Construction Department for demolition of the north unit of the old State Penitentiary in Rollins, demo of the administration building at the Wyoming Honor Farm, and relocation of assets to a suitable location on the Honor Farm campus. That, ladies and gentlemen, takes you through the capital construction bill. Now, before you get to, if you have questions now, you might want to wait. If you're really mad about something, you might want to wait until I read through the standing committee amendment. Or if you want to ask any questions now, go ahead.
Any questions right now before we get to the standing committee amendment? Seeing none, go ahead, Senator.
Keep going. The standing committee amendment does this. Back on page 10, line 6, where it says renovation, this is on the AMK project, insert footnote number 2. Footnote number 2 says that no state funds shall be expended on this project. That's again the AMK Ranch. The theory here being folks in Teton County want to get involved with UW, and UW wants to get involved with folks in Teton County. So your Senate Appropriations Committee idea is to try to get their philanthropic largesse to take care of the rebuilding of the AMK Ranch. Thereby, they can get involved in something they can see right up the road from where they live. So that's the bottom line there. They'll still use university money for programs on the campus. What they have people, professors, students go up there and use it for projects all during the summer, mostly, as you'd expect. But that was our goal, was to try to get as much private money towards that project before we even talk about using any state money. Next, line 10, page 21. No, line 21, page 10, the other way around. After the word halls, insert a subsection C now of this section. Now drop down to the bottom there on after line 24 and add these words. UW Inflation Reserve creates a new subsection C with the language, as a condition of this appropriation, further legislative action shall be required before expending funds on a project specified in subsection B of this section. Further, in other words, further legislative action for the natatorium or the West Stands at War Memorial Stadium. So in other words, basically the inflation reserve and part of the other $50 million inflation reserve are for the dorm project only, the way this sits if you adopt this amendment. Next, footnote number 2. I said that already about AMK Ranch. And then let's see, these lines, the next part of the amendment, these lines in section B of section 7, economic development capital construction grants. What we're doing is we're deleting page 14, lines 1 through 18, and we're deleting line 20C and inserting B. So we're cutting out a little project money there. And to the extent that is the amendment, and we adjust totals and numbers as necessary. I'll be happy to stand for questions and urge your aye vote on the amendment.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Seeing those, all those in favor of the standing committee amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That amendment carries. Back on the bill. We have several committee of the whole amendments.
Yep,
so
I'm sorry.
We'll see if we have any further discussion. If not, let's recognize Senator Hicks here.
Yeah, Mr. President, on page 12, starting in section 7, there's appropriation for $3.5 million to the Business Council for the purpose of providing a grant. I'd like to know who the grant is anticipated to go to. And then for a community winter recreation center. So it's a grant to somebody for one community winter recreation facility. So if we could just have a little more explanation is who's the grant going to and where's this community winter recreation facility located? Mr. Chairman, that would be my first question. And then on page 14, there's an additional $4 million for infrastructure related to a rodeo ground with less than 7,500 capacity. So same question, who's the grant going to? Which rodeo ground are we talking about? And if we can start with those two questions, Mr. Chairman, then we'll come back and there's some more.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assuming that the good majority floor leader does not know the answers to these questions, I will answer them on his behalf for them. So I think for the winter recreation area is really in response to the need for a state office building in Riverton, knowing that there will need to be employees moving to there, want to be attracted to that community, and outdoor recreation is certainly important for that community. That ice rink would be in Riverton, because we know we want to attract those state employees. We're doing a survey to see what their interests are, and knowing that that community is being invested in for children and youth and young people for activities, certainly a very important asset for that community there in Fremont County. And wouldn't you know that $4 million is for the daddy of them all? I know that this chamber loves to do legislation dealing with your state rodeo, the oldest outdoor rodeo in the world and the largest that remains. I love seeing you all here in those last 10 days of July. What's really important about this project, good senators, actually is the Air Force, as you know, is our partner here in this community as well across the interstate, is providing some land for purposes of the rodeo's usage and for the city in order to provide parking and additional opportunities with some land space. As you may recall, there's a large parking lot there for overflow for the rodeo. And those folks who park there usually have to get in some other type of secondary transportation, come through the city in order to access the rodeo. So the purposes of this particular funding is to provide infrastructure over the interstate, connecting the western side of the city to the rodeo grounds here into downtown Cheyenne. So certainly a very important tool for tourism and economic development here, and a partner with our airmen and women, in addition to continuing to keep our Western traditions alive with the largest outdoor rodeo in the world.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, appreciate the explanation for half of my question, but the other half was, who is the grant going to go to? I would like to know the answer to that question. Who's going to be the recipient of these grants? Is it the YDOT for the bridge, or is it the city, the county? Is it a private corporation? So I'm still waiting for an answer on that, Mr. Chairman. And I'm assuming when we appropriate $3.5 million and $4 million, that there was some basis for those estimates based on planning documents or studies that the State Building Commission looked at, or some template that we have. So just curious as to did the outdoor recreation and winter outdoor recreation facility, did that go through state parks and recreation, or where did that facility generate itself on, and what level of planning documents do we have that are available that we could look at that would support that level of expenditure, Mr. Chairman? So still waiting on who.
Okay, Senator Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great question. The first two, the winter recreation sports facility, and then I might as well get them all out in the open as long as we're talking about it. The bank redo in the Coal Town, that's in Rock Springs. Those both go through the Wyoming Business Council, and they're both, and I specified that both. They're both lined out. The third project that the good senator from here in the capital city just talked about will go through OSLI.
Any further discussion? Senator Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I have the same questions on $34 million for an office building in Riverton. Where did that come from, and how many employees do we have in Riverton that we need an office building like that? I think we have money in here to refurbish a building in Lander that we already own, and I'm kind of wondering why we have $34 million in here for an office building in Riverton. Thank you.
Yeah, let's see if you have any more questions. We can, Senator Kinski.
Thank you. To answer the questions and to be candid, the question is, where did they come from? They were put on here by the Joint Appropriations Committee. Where did the number come from? I don't know. Was there planning done? We didn't see any. They were nominated by members of the Joint Appropriations Committee to go into this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Dockstetter.
Thank you. Before we go back to the person doing all the explaining, was I clear on that then? These projects, the outdoor recreation, the Coal Mine Museum, that's Business Council. Is that correct? And how did Business Council end up in this? Because we've already funded them, or almost funded them. So I'm trying to decide on that. And you know, we've done some good things for Riverton in healthcare recently, and now we're going to do outdoor recreation as well. Just need some clarification.
Senator Landon, then we'll get back to Senator Greer.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to come back to the building in Riverton. The reason I think that it's drawing a little bit of attention from those of us out here on the floor who have not been through the appropriations process is the fact that it's the second largest line item on this page. And the other thing that got my attention was that we would budget something like that before we even set a task force in place. I speak from a little bit of experience because in my community, we started a task force back with the previous auditor back in 2011. We didn't appropriate anything for a state office building until about 2016. I just, you know, that amount is about 4 or 5 million less than what we built that facility in Casper for. So a little bit more about that line item would really help me. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Salazar.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So let me be transparent and upfront with everyone. First of all, these two line items that we're talking about, I didn't put them in. They were not my idea. However, they obviously affect my district. So let me talk for a minute about Riverton. We're really starting to grow. As some of you may know, we have a new nonprofit hospital that we will be building. We will be breaking ground actually this coming spring. And it was an effort not only by the citizens, but through the state. And I think Riverton is turning around. To answer the question about the state office building in Riverton, this has been an idea for a number of years by some senior members of this body, as well as the great senator whose seat I took when he retired. And what it came down to was simply this. There was a belief that a great deal of state public employees are based specifically in Cheyenne. And this was a long-held effort to see whether or not that could slowly be moved to other parts of the state with regard to public employees. To the question of public employees currently in Riverton, there are public employees currently in Riverton. However, they are housed in different rental properties. And it's my understanding that this actually in the long term would save the state money by housing them in one specific facility or office building complex. And so that was an effort by a number of people, some before I even arrived at this chamber, to start that process. With regard to the 3.5 going through the Wyoming Business Council, that is an effort that will go through the city of Riverton for that possible complex. However, only on the condition that there are matching funds within the community to bring that about. So the city of Riverton, Fremont County would obviously have skin in the game of providing half those funds to reach the goal of the facility. So that, in a nutshell, Mr. Chairman, is what's happening in these two line items. And I want to be perfectly upfront. So I offer that explanation, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Guru.
I'm Spartacus. Oh. And just in further answer to that question, there, and I don't know if it's cart before the horse or whatever, it's just how it got placed in the budget. So I guess be my apology on that one. But we did put money for a $50,000 for the start of a committee to start fleshing out some of these questions on the Riverton office building. In addition, you may recall that in the budget we did I think we made that through, had a survey for the employees, for state employees about, you know, where would you like to be? Would Riverton be a place that you'd like to go? To start the process to talk about, do we want to decentralize some of our state departments or not? And so get that questionnaire out there. So that was where that part came from. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any further discussion before we get to the committee of the whole amendment? Senator Hicks.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, just one clarification from my colleague in Teton County. I think you referenced a coal mining town down there, but I believe the standing committee amendment struck that out of the bill. So I just, but it was referenced in a presentation, and so I think that's gone. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none, there's a committee of the whole amendment. They'll have that one read at this time.
Senate File 146, Committee of the Whole Amendment 1, Section 67, Capital Construction, page 10, line 21, in.
Senator Kinski.
Mr. Chairman, I will withdraw Standing Committee Amendment, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 146. It needs some work. I'm going to retool it and bring it back on second reading. Thank you.
Okay, absent objection, that amendment is withdrawn. We have a committee of the whole amendment number 2. Let's read that one then.
Senate File 146, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, Section 67, page 10, line 5, under.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2 to Senate File 146 and ask for your favorable consideration. Fellow senators, if you look at this amendment down on line 25, you see where last year we appropriated $50 million to the University of Wyoming, and this would be found in your session laws, that little white book you all got. That's where that is housed now. We appropriated $50 million, and of that $50 million, they've only used $4 million of it, so there's $46 million left in that fund. And when we anticipated these projects, it was for the Law College or the Natatorium or the West Stands or a combination thereof. I don't believe I anticipated that they would start all projects at the same time. So the Law College is completed. To their credit, they raised a lot of funds, private funds on their own, so they only used $4 million. What this amendment does, it takes away the $70 million appropriation and just takes that $46 million and moves it over to the dorm project that needs to be completed. In my mind, the reason I brought this amendment, I just feel it's prudent to complete that project, use this money, and then if they want to come back and get further legislative approval to work on those other projects, we can do that in another budget. But I think it's a prudent use of taxpayer dollars to really look at completing the dorm projects with this $46 million. When we were in appropriations, they did indicate that they have other pots of money available and that they have some that is sitting there and waiting for the, they have some contingency funds at the university themselves. So we would take the $46 million they have remaining from these 3 projects that we had appropriated the $50 million. That could go to the dorms. And then we are leaving a $100,000 appropriation on this footnote just because we have to have an anchor to this budget and that budget. And so it's a little confusing, but that's what it's there for. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd stand for questions.
Any questions on Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2? Senator Landon.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I on and against the amendment. Folks, I think having served on your State Building Commission for you and for years on the School Facilities Select Committee, I have watched projects like this come and go for a long time, and I just wanted to let you know that once we freed up that budget line item a year ago, here's what happened to it. I reached out to our financial guru, who enlightened me on where we exactly stand on this, because I was confused as to why we would go back on our word and strip this money back out of here. So here's what the answer is. According to that information provided to me, the West Stands, which relates to this budget item, The West Stands have 70% construction documents complete as of December 14th. The natatorium, which is the Corbett pool replacement, have 30% of the construction documents complete. Construction and mobilization has commenced on the law school. And construction of the residence halls continues. That's a whole different ball of wax. And I served on that task force as well, Mr. Chairman. And any one of you who want to know a little bit more about all the planning and all the meetings that went into that, I'd be happy to visit with you. I spent 8 different meetings on the residence halls at the University of Wyoming. So I'm just not sure why we pulled the rug out about 4 years ago, and now the natatorium went from about $35 to $40 million. It's up to about 80 now. So every time we do something like this amendment purports to do, we end up costing ourselves a lot of money. So I guess I need to know a little bit more about this, but for now, I'm against the amendment. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is basically, when the 2022 monies were expended, I wondered if it was in the bill that they had to be used specifically for one project or the other, or were they one big happy family? And also I'd like to know kind of how far they are on the dorm project itself. I mean, we got some data just now about how far they are on the West Sands and the natatorium, but I'm just interested in knowing how far along we are with the dorm. And also, again, just exactly how those funds were originally listed, whether they were, listed as a combination, whether it was just a flat, here's 50 million or 70 million, whatever it is, or was it, specifically designated for you can start this project at this time and then this project or whatever. I'd like a little more clarification. Thank you.
Senator Kinski.
Yeah, on and against the amendment. So let me back up. The university came in for what you have now after you voted for the standing committee amendment is $70 million that goes to finish the dorm project, period. It says do not start the pool, do not start the West Stands until you finish the dorm project. I was not particularly happy about voting for 70 million, but the background is this. The university was authorized to float $250 million in bonds. They did so. They got a bunch of utility work done. They're ready to build the North Tower. They do not have the money to begin or finish the South Tower. It's 2 towers. They said inflation, so forth. We need 70 million to finish that. They actually asked for a much larger number so that they could begin construction of the pool and begin construction of the West Stands while finishing the law school. And your Senate Appropriations Committee said, we're gonna bite down real hard because you gotta finish the dorm project. Here's 70 million, not the much larger number you asked for. Hold off on more construction until you can finish what you got. Finish the law school. Finish the dorms, get those in over budget, 70 million, get those done before you pivot. Now, the thing about the pool is I heard it was going into redesign because it hit a much larger number, but it was going to be something big on Grand Avenue. They've decided they've got to pull that back and redesign it because it was getting away from them in terms of expense. It's okay for them to do the planning. Your Senate Appropriations Committee said, just don't start any more construction projects till you finish what you got. That was the condition upon which we voted for the 70. Then, subsequently in a round robin, our House colleagues stripped that note out, and it was a 7-5 vote, but kept the 70 million. So we lost the footnote upon which our consent to the 70 was predicated. You just put that footnote back in. That's where the budget stands now. Here's 70 million, finish the dorm project and just the dorm project. Come and talk to the legislature before you start construction on a new pool and the West Stands. And I hope that clarifies where we are. What this amendment does is it knocks that 70 million back to 46. Officially, the Senate Appropriations Committee position is 70 with use it to finish the dorms and then come back and ask for the pool and the west stands when this legislature has more information on it. I hope that's sufficiently clear, and that's why I'm against the amendment.
Senator Greer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Reluctantly on and against the amendment. The other problem with the money we appropriated last year, it was appropriated, and we told the folks over the hill at the good university, spend this on law college, west stands, natatorium. I think a lot of us thought, some of us thought, I'll just talk about me. I thought they'd pick one and go for it. And they actually did get the law colleges not finished, but it is in construction. It's coming out of the ground. And as the good chairman said about where we are with the other two on design projects. The other problem that presents itself with this is that 50 million was given on matched dollars. As those of you who were here recall, the law college was going to be matched on a one-to-one basis. And to the best of my knowledge, they have raised at least I believe the last time I heard $10 million for that. I talked to Athletic Director Berman just yesterday, and so far there is $11 million have been raised for the West Stands / natatorium. And he fully expects that number to grow to 20 million by the end of the summer. And so they are working very aggressively, but yet all those dollars are matching dollars. And so my concern would be now if we transfer that money over to the dorms, we still have that language in there from session law saying it's matching dollars. I worry about that. The other thing I struggle with is you've got a lot of folks that have put up a lot of money for those projects, and we're going to pull the rug out from under them and say, well, it's not there now. And as everybody knows, our good friends at the university don't pull the trigger on those projects until all the money's in hand. And so, like I say, we're gonna kind of do a little switcheroo on them, which is going to leave a lot of donors with a bit of a feeling. So that's why I'm on against the amendment. Thanks.
Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and against the amendment, and again, for the primary reasons that my colleagues on the Senate Appropriations have indicated, but I do think it's important to recognize that less than a year ago, this body agreed to appropriate $50 million for these projects on that one-to-one match. And this is what the language that we adopted stated. This appropriation shall be directed to the state treasurer to be deposited into an account for distribution to the university. Binding commitments for donations are eligible for the matching funds under this appropriation if the donation will be fully paid by December 31st, 2027. Not less than quarterly, the state treasurer shall distribute to the university matching funds under this footnote for any donation or other funds eligible for the match upon receipt of proof of a binding commitment for the donation or availability of other funds. And so based on our promise, based on more than a promise, our commitment, our binding word to the university that we've appropriated these dollars, they've gone out to donors across this state and country, no doubt alumni, and said, hey, the Wyoming legislature has given us this money to match. We're out here collecting money, and they've raised significant sums. Sounds like over $10 million plus in anticipation and reliance upon this. That was just less than a year ago, so pretty remarkable fundraising on that front. So for us just to come in and generally breach our contract, right? Breach our agreement and say, no, just kidding. We're going to take it all back. Any matching funds that you received, no more. And we're not going to continue down this path. That's not how we do business in this chamber. And so on and against the amendment, that this is a really bad policy, both for the university and for this chamber, to kind of pull that out. I see my Senate colleague is standing, and so I will defer to the chairman to correct whatever I have misstated, no doubt.
No,
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to circle back to something my colleague from Teton County said. The 50 million was predicated on a couple things. One, that they were going to raise half the money for the law college. That did not happen. I don't think it's 9. I think it's 4. The cost went to 33 million. They did not raise the match they needed, so they went ahead and started construction. Second, as my colleague said, at the time, we were under the impression, we said, here's 50 million, pick one of the three. Not our intention that they'd start all three without having the funding in place. So it's, you know, there's, the story gets complicated enough that's why we said, just hold off on going to construction on those other two projects. Go ahead and get your docs in place. Go ahead and raise your money, but come back to the legislature before you start driving nails. That's where the 70 million came from, on top of the 50 million the last time. So this knocking it back to 46, I think is it goes back on what the Senate's position was in committee. Voted up, voted down, but our position was 70, not 46. Thank you.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, neither for or on the amendment, but just to provide some clarification as to what's changed. When we did the $50 million appropriation last year, I think my colleague's correct, but as you look at the amendment, there's still $46 million available to the university for that construction. But what fundamentally changed is, and I think it was alluded to earlier, we thought we had fully funded or given the university the opportunity to fully fund the dormitories. And so last year, when we went through the appropriation process, the request was for those three facilities, and I think it's accurate to say we said pick one, start to do that. What's changed, Mr. Chairman, is the university has come back to the Appropriations Committee and the legislature and said, look, that $250 million that we bonded fund got us a parking lot, it got us a cafeteria, and it got us one tower. We do not have sufficient funds to complete the dormitories that were authorized in 2016. And so that's what's changed more than anything else is here is we didn't know a year ago when we appropriated the $50 million for those three facilities that we were looking at $100 million potential underfunded for the dormitory. So I think it was the wisdom of this appropriations committee said, look, let's use the 70 million plus the 46 million that you have currently that was appropriated last year, put that back to the authorized 2016 project. But Mr. Chairman, I'm pretty sure that if we'd have known that they were going to be underwater by over $100 million to complete the dorm project last year, we probably would have directed those funds to a different area, but we didn't have that information, Mr. Chairman. So this is all a changing landscape that we're dealing with. And just for everybody's information, that's where we're at today. Neither for or against the amendment, but just more information to help you make a decision and clarify what got us here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further discussion? Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to bring us home here. It's just a policy decision on the body's part. I appreciate the good discussion on it. I think it requires that when we're talking about the amounts of money that we appropriate to the University of Wyoming with some of the funding that have been introduced through the budget and through the CapCon bill, we're looking at $430 million. So that requires some discussion, all of it together. And so with that being said, we're not reneging on any contract or on any promise. We're just saying pause. Let's use this money on the dorms. Let's take a break on these other two things. So vote it up or vote it down, but I appreciate the good discussion. I think we needed to have it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Steinmetz's motion to support Committee of the Whole Amendment number 2, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. That motion has failed. Okay, division being called. All those in favor, please stand. And remain standing until you're counted. Okay, please remain standing until we announce the total.
All right.
Yeah, it's 4. Okay, 13-4, thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Okay. 17 against, that motion has failed. Okay, we're back on the bill. We have Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3. Let's go and get that one read in.
Senate File 146, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3, page 2, line 16, after.
Okay, Senator President Driscoll, this is your amendment. Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to Senate File 146. The floor is yours, sir.
Do not have it in front of me. Do you have it out? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3 to Senate File 146. Folks, this is a revenue neutral one as far as it doesn't take any money out of the general fund. What this does is take some money that goes below the line out of the gaming, specifically the HHR, the historic horse racing, and it takes that money up to $1.5 million and makes it available to where the tracks are at. And that will have one track that will not be available because it's privately owned, but it will take tracks, and I think I can say the towns here without violating anything. The ones theoretically I think that could be there is Rock Springs, Casper, Gillette, possibly others. It allows them to do improvements for safety on the tracks and improvements to their stalls, which we actually have some of these tracks that they're expensive to keep up and keep going. It helps out these public facilities using dollars that are generated for that reason. That's where that money comes from. It comes out of the historic horse racing, brings it back in. So if you look through it, all sums paid to the commission under this act goes through. That's money, and right now that money funnels back into the LISRA below the line. And what this does is holds part of it back and allows those tracks to improve and have races and be safer. That's what we set them up for. Just a policy decision as far as where that money goes for a year, so that we can get those better. I'd stand for questions and ask for your favor.
Any questions? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for the bringer of the amendment. So unlike other sections in here, I was looking at our CapCon bill, and there are some areas where we're amending current statute, but there's only one. This is amending currently codified session or statutory law in 11-25-201. So you'll see that extra language on line 19 and then a new paragraph N. And so I am a little curious how this works, Mr. Chairman. It seems like, if we put this language in there, we're codifying what's in the green book, so this language goes in there. But I think what I just heard the bringer say was the intent is only to divert this money for a year. So does this money or this language go away out of the green books when this money has been diverted for this one-time purpose? So that's my question. The second one is, and I need a refresher on the history. My understanding was when the Gaming Commission was created, and prior to that, it was the Parimutuel Commission. The operators of these HHR machines divert certain money. So there are two things happening. You have activity that occurs with these machines was always intended to support live horse racing. And so my question is, historically, and I don't know this, I always thought the agreement was that if you're going to have the benefit of being able to operate the historic horse racing machines, part of that was your ability to invest in the live horse racing. So I'm just wondering why they can't use the earnings from the historic horse racing machine that generate millions and millions of dollars in Wyoming to invest in their own facilities. Now we're being asked to also publicly subsidize them. So I am a little curious on just the history of how that's supposed to work.
Any further questions? Seeing none, President Driscoll.
Yeah, I'm happy to answer that. Sure, appreciate it. Actually, this is money they generated. This money that comes out of the machines goes back in. The money that's dedicated out of those funds are what go to the breeder's pot. That's where you see all those pots for the races go. But these are public facilities, folks. These are not going into a private facility. They're not owned by the horse racers, you know, the different groups that do it. They don't own those facilities. These are generally your county-owned facilities. And in fact, I think every one of them is county-owned unless the one in Rock Springs is owned different in the county, but I believe it's a county facility as well. So what these are is, I can tell you up in the area that I'm at is Campbell County, and their track needs some safety improvements on it. And it helps them be allowed to do that. And it does it with money that is generated out of the machines. It's not money that the operators have, it's money that's generated out of them. And it is to improve those tracks. And I'm a big believer in anything that you do, you need to keep it safe and you need to keep it in good shape. And this helps the counties to encourage them to do it. Also says in here, if they don't hold races, they can't. They have to pay the money back. So they're gonna have to hold races. And in certain instances, it may mean the difference of whether there's races happening in that town or not. And I can tell you right now, from what I've been around, these races generate immense amounts of money locally. A lot of breeders come in, a lot of horses come in. They sell a lot of motel rooms and spend a lot of money in town. So I think it's a good thing for our local governments as well.
Any further discussion? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my question is it the intent of this paragraph N to go away, or does it just stay in the green books indefinitely?
Senator Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, my apologies. It goes away. 24 is what it says in here. It's a budget amendment onto this. It actually diverts the money for year leave statutes exactly like they are. I'll double check with LSO, but my belief is the way we drafted this was not to go into the green books. This is part of this, and it may show there, but it'll show expired if it does, because it's a 1 year. It's very clear. It's for the fiscal year 24 only.
Any further discussion? Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, it's the fairgrounds owned by the Board of County Commissioners in the great county of Sweetwater. And I might add that the county that brought back live horse racing was in fact Sweetwater. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to put a finer point on my concern. If I'm a historic horse racing person, and I want to start my company in Wyoming, I'm going to say, hey, Wyoming, let me have these machines. I'll invest, I'll take some of the winnings and I'll invest in these public facilities to have live horse racing. And that comes out of their bottom line. I think that was always my understanding of how this worked, that was the trade-off. Wyoming would benefit by these companies being able to use some of these facilities by investing their own money. So it'd be mutually beneficial for both parties. This is a departure in that, and that says, no, we actually don't want to touch our bottom line. Wyoming, how about we use the fees that are generated, and instead of being put in the LISRA, which we use to stabilize our reserves, how about instead that goes back into the county? That increases my bottom line. That's my concern, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Senator Driscoll.
One last. The bottom line's the same either way. This is a safety issue on the tracks. And, you know, I can tell you they've invested multi-millions of dollars into these tracks already. It's not that they haven't invested. It's a matter of what it takes to keep them really good. And the other thing you got to keep in mind, this isn't the only thing that happens at and around those tracks. And these guys have to get them ready every year to do the racing. And there's lots of other stuff that happens there. And as we look at economic development in the state, you've got to take care of what takes care of you. And the truth is, yes, they make money off it. Historic horse racing generates many, many, many millions of dollars to our cities, towns, and counties. Not just in direct revenue out of it, but in the side end of it. If you happen to live in one of those towns that the racing goes on, I can tell you if you're a motel owner, you're happy. If you're a feed store, you're happy. These guys come in and they generally come in racing and rodeo is not what it used to be. Guys come in big rigs and they spend a lot of money, and it's a big impact. The towns are thrilled to have them there. And this is just a way to make sure that we keep horses safe, tracks safe, and keep our facilities in good shape. I know, looking at you, Mr. Chairman, you've got a pretty good idea what it takes to keep up those kind of facilities. You've got one of those in your area that doesn't have a track. But I know that you're aware of how much money it takes to keep that facility up, and it's pretty hard to drive it from straight gate revenues and out of your county. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Driscoll's motion to adopt Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
That motion carries. We're back on the bill. Division being called. All those in favor of Committee of the Whole Amendment number 3, please stand and remain standing until I announce the number. Okay, 19-4, that's more than the majority, so we'll dispense with the noes. So that amendment has passed. Back on the bill. Any further discussion? Saying none, all those in favor of Senator Kinski's motion that the Committee of the Whole rise to report do so with the favorable recommendation on Senate File 146, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Senate File 146 passed Committee of the Whole. Division being called. All those in favor of Senate File 146, please stand and remain standing until we announce the vote total. Okay, 15 aye. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Okay, 15-14, that carries. So Senate File 146 has passed Committee of the Whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I request the Committee of the Whole stand at ease to the sound of the gavel for a 10-minute break.
Okay, you've heard the motion or the request. Go ahead and stand at ease to the sound of the gavel. 10 minutes. Okay. All right, folks, let's go ahead and find our seats. We'll get going here soon. Yeah, well, we need a chief clerk. Committee of the Whole will come back to order. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 144.
Senate File 144, Chloe's Law, Children Gender Change Prohibition, sponsored by Senator Bouchard, an act relating to public health and safety, was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Baldwin, Barlow, Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. Senator Baldwin, Chairman.
Heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Baldwin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the Committee of the Whole reports that it do so with a favorable recommendation on Senate File 144. There's a standing committee amendment, if I can get that read in.
Senate File 144, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 6, after.
Thank you for this explanation of the bill and the amendments. I turn to Senator Bouchard.
Senator Bouchard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring to you Senate File 144, Chloe's Law, Gender Change Prohibition, and I ask for your favorable consideration. I'll dispose of the committee amendment in a second, if that's okay, Mr. Chairman, go through the bill. What the bill does, I want people to focus on what the bill does, not on what the bill doesn't do, because that always seems to be the discussion on a bill like this. What this bill does is it's prohibiting physicians from performing procedures for children relating to gender transitioning and gender reassignment. So anyone that's younger than 18 years old. I'll go through the bill real quick, page 2. We also bar insurance companies from paying for these services on page 2. Page 3, there's definitions. Child means a person who is under 18 years of age. There's some definitions here on healthcare providers licensed in this state, physicians and other providers. For the purposes of transitioning a child's biological sex is determined by the sex organs and except as provided by subsection C of this section. It goes on page 4 talking about specific things, chemicals. And please understand that both the chemical therapy, the hormone therapy, and surgery, they all have the same goals. If we go on to page 5, there is an exemption there. Someone who has a verifiable genetic disorder of sex development, there's an exception there, so this bill does not apply to them. And we also have let me get to the end of the bill here. We go to the end of the bill, we've got the disciplinary. That's what you'll see on page 6. And that's what the amendment does. The amendment adds, we inadvertently left out advanced practice registered nurse. And so that's what the amendment does. It's a friendly amendment to the bill. It just makes sure that it matches with what we say on the front of the bill, and it gives the licensing board the ability to discipline in order to accomplish the purposes of the bill. So I would ask, I would move hold on a minute, let me think of what I'm saying. Standing committee, I'd move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 144 and ask for the vote.
Okay, any discussion on the standing committee amendment? Seeing no, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That amendment carries. We're back on the bill, Senator Bouchard. We also have the committee of the whole amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to move that amendment.
Okay, we'll have that read in then.
Senate File 144, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 5 after line 7, insert.
Senator Bouchard.
So I'd like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1 to Senate File 144. What this does here, we treat puberty blockers as something that we're going to regulate in this bill. But what we didn't do, and don't get me wrong, I don't really think this amendment is really necessary as far as how the bill is written, but we want people that, there were some people that questioned it, and we want to make them feel better about the bill. What this does is early puberty. So basically, if a doctor wants to treat early puberty using the blockers, then they will be exempted. So this is a simple amendment. That's all it does. And I would ask for the vote on that, a yes vote on this amendment.
Any discussion on committee of the whole amendment number 1? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. That amendment carries. We're back on the bill.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So back on the bill. The purpose of this bill, it's the inspiration is on the name of the bill, Chloe's Law. If you haven't seen the work that she is doing nationwide, she's basically leading, and it seems to me there's more and more people every day coming out and saying the same thing, that they shouldn't have done this to her when she was, I believe she was 14 when they did a mastectomy on her. And they really never told her what the consequences were if, whoops, I changed my mind, or what happens if I do change my mind. And that's the real issue here, is she didn't really have the ability to give consent. And these are things she has to live with the rest of her life. I mean, the puberty blockers, the hormone treatment, her voice is deeper. If they talk, and I'm saying they because I've talked to multiple young women that are going through this. If they speak for an extended amount of time, their vocal cords hurt because they're detransitioning, trying to get they're off of the opposite sex hormone. So these are things that they could have never consented to because they couldn't understand the reach. And sadly, what's going on here, we had someone else testify because Chloe couldn't make it here. And I asked her, and I'm going to tell you the context I asked her. I said, look, when I was a kid, I didn't even like needles, let alone say, hey, I'm going to get on an operating table at that age. I said, how did you do that? How did you say yes? Because she went from one clinic that basically told her she needed to do a transition to a surgeon consultation, and that was it. And then went right to mastectomy. So how did you do that? And she said, I was in so much pain, I would do anything, thinking that it would solve my problem. And so in this particular case, her parents went through a divorce, and it was nasty, and her whole worldview was upside down. That was her pain. I mean, I don't want to read too much into it other than the fact that she was a young lady starting to grow up. Whole worldview is upside down of what a husband and wife how they're supposed to treat each other. And there was a lot of pain. And the bottom line is, we're going to do cosmetic surgery thinking that somehow it's going to help a heartbreak? There's something wrong with the system. That's what this bill is about. They try to say that they use this suicide number I've been researching, I've done such a deep dive into how much this is going on. I looked at a case where a young man transitioned to female. And the surgery, he did the lower surgery and couldn't urinate properly. 10 minutes. And then still dribbles out after that. Disappointed in the outcome of what he got out of this. I don't think we're telling these people at a young age what they're getting into. If they're adults, this bill doesn't affect them. They can do that. But we're setting up children for an ultimate failure. This young man talking about how depressed he is after getting these surgeries. There's another one that I looked at. Young lady was very vocal about the whole transition process until they got up to the last surgery. Talking about the difficulties of going from male to female. You know, that person has disappeared 3 years ago from any reporting online. I'm sure there's a statistic there that's not being reported. How can we do that to these kids? That's what this bill is about. You know, they told us in committee that we don't do this here in Wyoming. And my question is, then why are you against the bill? So, you know, I don't know, I probably left things out. There's so many things in my head. I can tell you this is an emotional issue for me. Why do we have doctors that specialize in the endocrine system, which is the system that actually regulates all the hormones, but we don't listen to them? We're allowing some of these kids to go on social media to get sucked in, self-diagnose, go into a clinic, even, and obviously not in this state unless there's some funding I don't know about, but Planned Parenthood is giving out hormone treatments.
Yeah, let's watch the proper nouns, please, Senator.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. Some of these doctors talking about how the hormones work are saying that this is really, really bad, that we're overriding the body with hormones. I mean, if we take the opposite hormone and give to these children, we're not telling them it's irreversible. It adversely affects their either ovaries or testes. There's a point of no return. You know, I'll leave it at that, and I'll stand for any questions.
Any questions in discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion that when the committee whole rise to report, they do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 144, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 144 is passed committee of the whole. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 6 bills down. That's taken about 3 hours to do, so you do the math. Once again, this is the last day for committee of the whole, just a reminder. Next up, we have Senate File 133.
Senate File 133, Student Eligibility in Interscholastic Sports, sponsored by Senator Schuler, an act relating to education. Was referred to committee number 4, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Aye, Senators Beitman, Brennan, Scott, and Steinmetz. No, Senator Rothfuss. Senator Beitman, acting chair. Was re-referred to committee number 2, which returned to committee recommendation that it do pass. Aye, Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused, Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I move when the committee of the whole rise and report it do so with the recommendation that Senate File 133 do pass. I believe there was no standing committee amendment, and I yield to the sponsor, Senator Schuler, for an explanation of the Senate file.
There is a standing committee amendment. We'll have that read in.
Okay. Senate File 133, Standing Committee Amendment number 1, page 3, line 22, delete.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I bring you Senate File 133, Student Eligibility and Interscholastic Activities. This bill is as a result of constituents' concerns that I've had the last 2 years, and those concerns haven't gone away as we see more trans athletes competing in Wyoming. So this bill deals with 3 major concerns that we see with our biological females who really want to be able to experience the benefits of fair competition, which was enacted by Title IX 50 years ago. So these 3 concerns that this bill will focus on are fairness, equity, and safety. Just a reminder, Title IX gave all biological females their own lane to be able to compete on a level playing field against other biological girls. This bill basically requires that if an athlete is born male at birth, they are banned from competing against biological females. That's the fairness issue. So regardless of whether a male is completely transitioned or they're used hormones to begin a transition, they are physically superior to females. They're taller, stronger, faster. Their hearts are larger, and their lungs and their muscular makeup and bone structure, it's all different. So the fairness goes out the window if they're allowed to compete in the female lane. There's lots and lots of studies out there that show females cannot make up the difference. Biology doesn't go away even with hormonal treatments. So the playing field is not level, and that's where the equity goes out the window. Females will always have challenge when they compete, but for instance, in just a team sport alone, they may play against somebody taller and bigger, but not somebody who necessarily can dunk a basketball over the top of them and maybe hurt them. And this actually happened to me when I was in high school with a high school competitor that I was playing with. We had a basketball coach that asked me if I would come in and scrimmage with the guys. I was probably about 5'4" at the time. I had a guy that was 6'1" that drove right over the top of me, dunked the basketball, and took me out. And basically that was the first of many knee injuries that have never really gone away. I never had a female in college that was 6'1" or 6'2" that could drive over me and dunk a basketball. So that's the safety part. And that's the part that no one really wants to talk about. There is a safety issue. It's inherently unsafe for biological females to compete in most team sports against males once they've gone through puberty. You know, there's also a question that's been brought up to me about motels and locker rooms when you have situations like this. We already are hearing concerns from parents around our state about their daughters sharing motel rooms with the trans athletes, and that is a complex situation even with locker rooms. It puts the female athletes as well as the transgender athletes in a precarious position. It also drives up costs as there may be a need to separate motel rooms on away trips. It puts extra stress on schools, coaches, and athletic directors as they try to navigate these situations. So regardless of how anyone tries to frame the question of the transgender athlete and their potential of a lost opportunity and their mental well-being, what we really need to do is keep the biological female at the front of the equation. It is their lane, it's their playing field, it's their safety and their welfare that should be uppermost. It's also their mental well-being that should be kept on the front burner. We are already seeing female athletes in Wyoming who have lost opportunities to be on the podium while their places are going to transgender athletes. So I think we need to think really long and hard about the emotional and mental well-being of these female athletes when they start losing opportunities for success, for setting records, for potential scholarships, and so forth. So these are the athletes that this bill safeguards. So if you want to take a look at the bill real closely, it's a ban. On page 2, it talks about definitions. Page 3, it just designates the activities that are designated for males, females, co-ed, or mixed. And it just reiterates again that a public school should not allow males to compete with a designated female team. On page 4 is the immunity for schools or organizations for maintaining separate activities. And it does allow outside competition. So if there's, club or intramural sports outside of the public schools, they can still compete, but not in a public school. Page 5 has more definitions. Page 6 is probably the one section that you might want to focus on for just a minute, because it discusses how this article would be effective only if a court invalidates or enjoins the ban. And this is when the AG would have to notify the governor, and this is when 21-25-203 comes into play, the School Activity Eligibility Commission. Just to reiterate, if the ban is not enjoined or litigated, this commission would not be made up, basically, would not be part of the works. Page 7 lays out the makeup of the commission. It's basically a neutral panel. It has 5 people. The first one is a current or former athletic director or coach, a mental health professional, a parent of a student, and then there's 2 at-large positions that the governor basically appoints. Pages 8 and 9 lay out the commission's duties. They're the ones that will promulgate the rules to determine eligibility. And if a student obtains approval, then they can participate. All the proceedings of that commission will be confidential. it kind of puts it back on the trans student because they're the ones that have to notify the athletic association, which would right now would be the WHSAA. And they notify the commission, then the commission will schedule the closed door meetings within 30 days. The student, parent, and guardian, and any medical professional or witness that the student chooses can participate in person or electronically. Commission will take a look at all the safety risks and what type of competitive advantages the student might have when considering the outcome. The commission will make the final decision, and I think this takes the responsibility off the school's athletic directors or principals, because no matter which way they rule, it's pretty much a lose-lose situation, no matter which way the decision goes. So this gives us, and not only that, it also gives the other schools in the conference where this transgender athlete may be competing, an outcome that's made by a neutral panel that's going to be more fair and it's going to be more palatable, and it provides uniformity throughout the state, no matter where the student is. There's 18 states right now that have banned trans girls from publicly funded sports. There's still a few now that are working on some legislation. Some of those are in the process of being litigated, some are not. Some of these bills have gone right through. The reason we need this bill is that the high school activities guidelines do not work for ensuring fair play for our biological girls. The WHSAA, they let the schools determine eligibility, but they also say that schools should consider letting these kids play or participate in accordance with their gender identity. And they only get involved if a school requests a review of its decision or if a school denies the student eligibility. There's lots of other activities that our trans kids can compete in. There's co-ed or club sports where safety is paramount. And there's also core curricular activities, many of which are out there: speech, drama, band, FBLA, FFA. And so we have tons and tons of activities for kids. But the thing is, we have trans athletes competing right now in Wyoming in both individual and team sports. This bill is not a solution looking for a problem. I was told that last year, but it doesn't anymore. For 50 years, Title IX has assured equity and fairness for our biological girls in Wyoming. We need a level playing field where our biological girls, their physical, mental, social, and emotional well-being is paramount. So that's the gist of the bill. We do have a standing committee amendment, if you want to take a look at that, and I will move standing committee amendment number 1 to Senate File 133. 3 little amendments that were made. They don't do much. If you can take a look at page 3, line 22, we delete a word and just add in an athletic activity or, and we also on page 3, line 23, after sex, we delete the balance of that line. Page 4, after activities, we insert and teams. Very simple little catches, which I think make the bill even better. So with that, I would ask for your aye vote on the committee amendment first.
Any discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm against the bill, and I do understand the interest of fairness in athletics and trying to make sure that we have a good solution available for all of our students. But, you know, I was struck by the statement towards the end of the opening about the fact that there are lots of other activities. There's band and debate and maybe some co-curricular activities that might be available to our transgender community and our transgender students. You know, imagine, Mr. Chairman, traveling back in time before Title IX and using that as the explanation for why we don't need women's sports. It's all right. I mean, you know, there's no athletics available for women, but it's okay because, hey, we've got band and cheerleading. They can go out for that. There's no equity. There's no equality. There's no recognition of equal standing under law. But you can join the band. Now, I say that as a former band nerd, with all the pride that is due of being a good former band nerd. Hear, hear, yeah. But at the same time, we understand that Title IX was about equity. It was about equal protection, equal access to resources. I don't even think we've fully achieved that. I'd agree with the good proponent that we're not quite there on Title IX. When I look at compliance and when I look at fairness, it doesn't look like there's resounding equity in our high school athletics or even our intercollegiate athletics. There's a lot of A lot of room to grow there, a lot of work to be done. But the idea, Mr. Chairman, that we would come in here in an effort to promote Title IX and do it not by trying to draw male and female athletics and access to activities towards equality, but to say, wow, those transgender youths. Once again, just a statement, those transgender youths. That's what we like to say over and over again. We've been saying that a lot this session. We just want to classify them, categorize them, and then tell them what they can't do, or how they should do it, or which programs they're allowed to engage in. Mr. Chairman, it seems like it's the theme that's underlying a lot of what we're talking about, and that theme is regrettable. These are our children, these are our community members, these are our students, these are our loved ones, and we want to set them into a category and say, you're banned. You know, the second half of the bill, which looks a lot like what the Wyoming High School Activities Association currently does, it says, hey, maybe we should take a look at the circumstances and decide what is safe and what is not safe based on trying to bring in testimony and weigh appropriate interests and really look at the situation on a case-by-case basis, Mr. Chairman. Almost as if you've got an evaluative committee process, which again is what the Wyoming High School Athletics Association Wyoming High School Activities Association currently aspires to. And there might be some flaws in that. Of course, we don't have any perfect government programs or perfect programs altogether. There could be some room for improvement. But the first part of the bill, right up until a lawsuit says, no, you can't do it, is simply an explicit ban. The one-size-fits-all solution, categorizing a group of our Wyomingites, our Wyoming citizens, all that are due equal protection of the law, all that are members of the equality state under the Great Seal, like we are, which includes equal rights, and say, except not for you, not for that group. That group we're worried about. We're not worried enough about that group, Mr. Chairman, to try and recognize their underlying mental health concerns and the fact that they are being targeted and victimized and often the target of ridicule, that they undergo suicidal ideation at 8 to 10-fold what our other students tend to ideate at. Those aren't the targets of our interest, of what we're trying to solve. What we're trying to solve through legislation like this is to just make sure that they're set aside once again. In this case, apparently in the interest of fairness, but it's not fair because it's not equal. And like Title IX before us, 10, 15, 20 years from now, there will be equality. Will we stand in the way of it in Wyoming? Once again, Mr. Chairman, on and against.
Any further discussion? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question for the bringer. You know, in looking at this bill last year, one concern I've had is the Equal Protection Clause, which said, you know, we can't make laws that distinguish between the sexes, and if we do that, then the courts are going to impose a very high level of scrutiny. And so one, you know, argument that I've heard on this is the safety argument. So if we're going to do our due diligence in having that conversation, the concern I have is this prohibits students who are born as men from participating in female sports. But what we see is the opposite too, right? Sometimes you have girls who want to play on the football team and they want to kick, and girls who say, actually, I want to wrestle. So now that's okay, but the other situation isn't. And whether or not you think that's right or wrong, I think that raises some serious concerns about equal protection. And so I'm wondering if the committee, when they discussed this bill, kind of hit on that point. But if we're going to do this, then we need to kind of do it both ways. You know, if safety really is the concern, then we need to flesh out when is it unsafe for the girl kicker to be on the football team. she can't be traveling on the bus and staying in a hotel room. All of those arguments apply. Have we thought through the inverse of that?
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, I think in these things, we need to back up just a minute and look at the fundamentals. Mr. Chairman, our species has a significant degree of what's called sexual dimorphism. There's a difference. And one of the ways that it manifests itself, frankly, you can just look around this room and see. Men are physically larger, stronger, and those count in sports. And that isn't changed by some of the surgeries that are undertaken and some of the other things. It isn't changed. And what we're trying to do, Mr. Chairman, is preserve the spirit of equality where the women of the state, our daughters, have the ability to compete fairly on athletics. And Mr. Chairman, my daughter got a lot out of playing girls basketball. Taught her a lot of teamwork, other valuable skills, very good for her. But it needs to be just in the nature of our species. It needs to be an all-girls team or it's not fair. And frankly, I hope we never go to the second part of the bill. But if the courts can't see the reality of the differences, we may have to have it. So, Mr. Chairman, on and for the bill.
Any further discussion? Senator Hutchinson, we'll get to Senator Schuler.
Yes, Mr. Chair, just want to, on and for the bill, just wanted to say really quickly, I think the bringer of the bill did a very good job of explaining it. Just, we need to watch out for what's in the punch bowl and just stick with the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just to bring it home and to answer a couple of questions, in looking at some of these other states that have the bans, some of them have had no court cases at all. Some of them have just whizzed through. I've looked at, this particular bill that I brought actually mirrors a bill that the state west of us adopted last year, which was basically the governor vetoed it, and then the legislature came back and overrode the veto. So I think it's a bill that's got some merit the way it's put together. I would say this, in looking at some of the other states, I only found one other state that actually bans both girls competing on boys teams and girls and boys competing on girls teams. One state, and it's the great big state that thinks they're really important south of us, southeast of us. They don't allow either way. That's the only state I saw in all the states that have passed legislation out of the 18. There, I will also say that some of them are much more strict than my bill. They don't allow transgender athletes even in club sports, as long as they're competing with any public school or private school. This bill basically allows, if you're in a club sport or you're in an intramural sport or you're in a sport that doesn't affect the schools, it's not involved with the schools, you're still welcome to compete. And I hope that answers the good senator from Albany County. They can still compete in that area. Some of the bans that we've seen in some of the other states, they don't allow that. So again, it just comes down to fairness. It comes down to safety. It comes down to biology, and those things we really can't change. And it keeps that level playing field for our girls. And like I said, if there wasn't a problem, I mean, like I said, we may have had less than a handful the first year. We've got more than a handful already, and it's going to continue to grow, I think. If we don't do something. And I don't want to be the parent that has to take those phone calls that I had to take last year from some of the parents that I was getting phone calls from who said, why can't we do something about this? My daughter has worked for 4 years. She's a senior. She didn't get to be, the top in her sport because there's a transgender athlete that just, knocked her off the podium, as well as some others in some other sports. So I want to be the parent that can say to my biological granddaughter, this is your lane. You might get beat out by a biological woman, but you're not going to get beat out by a transgender athlete. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senator Baldwin's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report and do so with favorable recommendation, Senate File 133, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 133 is passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 166.
Senate File 166, Border Wall and Sanctuary City Transport, sponsored by Senator Hicks, an act relating to the administration of government, was referred to committee number 2, which is a committee recommendation that it do pass. Aye, Senators Anderson, Kinski, and Salazar. No, Senators Guru and Nethercott. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
Further reading the bill, what's your pleasure, Senator Kinski?
Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee of the whole rises to report, it do so with the due pass recommendation of Senate File 166. And for an explanation of this fine piece of legislation, I will turn to Senator Hicks.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, Senate File 166 deals with our southern border. Members of the body, if you'll look on your desk up in front, you have a handout. And so just for ease of tracking in the amendments, Mr. Chairman, I provided that to you so you can look at those as we walk through the bill. Mr. Chairman, the first thing you see on the first page is it provided an additional appropriation to train law enforcement. But Mr. Chairman, if we flip over it, there's a series of findings here, and I just want to highlight some of the findings and what's going on. In 2022, we had almost 2.4 million people that were encountered in the southern border. Mr. Chairman, in the last 2 years, we've had over 5 million interdictions by our southern border control. In the last 4 months ending in 2022, we had 800,000 interdictions by Border Control. That's more than the entire state of the population of the state of Wyoming, Mr. Chairman. In the last 4 months, in the last month of December, for which data is available, we set an all-time record for the number of illegals crossing the southern border at over 250,000. This doesn't include the estimated 1 to 1.5 million gotaways that the Border Patrol puts out there that they never interdicted, never saw, but we know through different surveillance messages are getting across. That's 11.5% increase in 1 year from 2021 to 2022. Mr. President, as we go on through the findings, the bottom of page 2 and on to 3, there's over 50 different countries that have been interdicted from around the world. The majority of those come from Colombia, Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Over 50% of those were adult males, single adult males that crossed the border that were interdicted by our Border Patrol. In 2022 alone, over 165 terrorists were captured at the southern border that are on the terrorist watch list. They were interdicted by our Border Control. 19,000 people with criminal records in this country were interdicted by our Border Control, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, in 2022, in 1 year alone, 6,555,780 pounds of drugs were seized. These are the ones that we were seized, not the ones that got across. Of those drugs, fentanyl accounted for 14,000 pounds of drugs, Mr. Chairman. Our latest records that we've got that I've been able to get from the Department of Criminal Investigation shows in 2021 alone, there was over 17,000 grams of fentanyl in the state of Wyoming that they were able to seize. That's enough, Mr. Chairman, to kill 35,000 people in the state of Wyoming. If we look from 21 to 22, the latest numbers are as a 711% increase in fentanyl from 2020 to 2021. And the numbers are going up, Mr. Chairman. We also know that over 506 migrants died trying to attempt to cross the southern border. Mr. Chairman, illegal immigration and non-citizens entering the southwest border never negatively impacts Wyoming's economy, place an additional burden on our law enforcement. That's why you see the additional appropriation, Mr. Chairman. Fentanyl is killing our citizens. Whether you believe it or not, we've had a number of bills in here and a lot of discussion about the impact of fentanyl here in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, we know where it's coming from. When you're faced with an overflowing bathtub, Mr. Chairman, I would propose to you that you do not grab for the mop. You grab for the spigot and you shut the flow off, Mr. Chairman. That is what we're trying to do with this bill, is start to slow the flow of illegal drugs, illegal immigration, and the burden that they put on our society and the state of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, in the bill, what the bill does, if you go into Section 2, it appropriates $3 million to the governor's offices for the three specific purposes. The purpose of allowing the governor to enter into a contract with Texan for the construction or partial construction of a permanent border wall along our southern border in Texas. That allows for a small appropriation to the state of Texas under a contract with the governor to transport non-citizens of the United States from Texas to sanctuary cities in other states. And Mr. Chairman, it also provides for personnel, equipment, and other resources identified by the state of Texas and Border Security for needs to agree under contract with the governor's office for reimbursement. The contract authorized under this section allows no more than $250,000 to be utilized for the transport of illegal aliens to sanctuary cities. Mr. Chairman, you turn over to page 6, brings in the same language. The three things that are eligible for contract, these are reimbursable contracts with an agreement through the governor's office for the construction of the permanent wall, transportation of illegal aliens to sanctuary cities, and for additional border security needs as identified by the state of Texas. Mr. Chairman, subsection 3 is the exact same thing as subsection 2, except for it deals with the state of Arizona. It appropriates $1.6 million to the state of Arizona, to the governor's office, for the purposes of allowing the governor to enter into a contract for transport of non-aliens to sanctuary cities, for personnel and equipment, or for construction of a border wall. Mr. Chairman, if you go on over through the bill, you see the same language as we saw for the state of Texas, Mr. Chairman, and then you get to page 5, brings in a new section 6 that has an appropriation of $400,000 to the Department of Criminal Investigation to help train law enforcement in the state of Wyoming to recognize drug cartels, drug trafficking, illegal immigration activity in local communities. Mr. Chairman, that's the bill.
Okay, thank you, Senator Hicks. Any discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I refer to this bill of how you too can be a narco trafficker. This bill recognizes that our border has terrorists and drug traffickers coming through. And simultaneously, it proposes picking them up and paying for their transportation to sanctuary cities and states. I call that accessory before and after the fact and an overt step in a conspiracy. And I think that $400,000 appropriation to the Division of Criminal Investigation certainly could be a charge to all of us here for participating in transporting lethal and dangerous international terrorists throughout our country, as well as fentanyl traffickers. Remember, just the slightest touch and smell of fentanyl will immediately kill you, which is true, depending on the dosage and where it's from and all those pieces, because it's also a pharmaceutical drug that many of you have consumed already or will at some point in your futures. And yet these migrants continue to come despite breathing in fentanyl all of the time. Ridiculous, right? Our dollars to fund education, our dollars to fund infrastructure here in our communities is going to pay for bus tickets to the state of Texas and Arizona to transport these drug traffickers and terrorists, maybe to the state south of us. I don't know. I'm sure it's probably a sanctuary city down in Denver. I'm sure there's some even closer. So instead of keeping them down at the border, let's bring them in closer. Why not have more fentanyl coming in? We can pay for it with our own bus tickets. How you too can be a drug trafficker. So I appreciate, again, the political theater that we're doing here with this legislation, but this is not an appropriate use of state dollars. As you know, I was a no vote in the Senate Appropriations Committee, which does not indicate that there's not a concern at our border. There certainly is. And we have federal agencies who are working on that to address it. There's currently a legal injunction for the development of the wall. Whether or not that's right or wrong, certainly not something that the state of Wyoming is in a position to throw its hard-earned dollars at out of this state. I'm sure the Division of Criminal Investigation is just going, good senator from Laramie County, why are you speaking against almost $500,000 to train us in how to investigate drug cartels and drug trafficking? They are the nation's experts and they do it. We created them in the 70s for this very specific purpose, devoted solely to drug trafficking, and they work with the most hated federal partners of this body. They work closely with DEA, ATF, FBI, DHS, and all of those federal officers are part of those state law enforcement teams, including our favorite highway patrol, capturing all that fentanyl on our interstates. And they are doing a phenomenal job with our federal partners, fighting and combating these drug trafficking efforts. So let's call this what it is. Either it's a drug trafficking effort or it's not. Either way, this is an inappropriate use of funds. And again, I appreciate the effort to speak to this very popular issue that our constituents see on the news every night about the crisis at the border. This is not an appropriate use of our state dollars. We need to invest in hydrogen projects, nuclear projects, coal, oil, gas development, schools, private scholarships, additional funds that this state desperately needs, not to be shipped to the state of Arizona or the state of Texas to deal with their shenanigans when those states have revenues that grossly outweigh our own.
Any further discussion? Senator Landon.
Ironically, Mr. Chairman, we met with our the Department of Criminal Investigation this morning, and if we asked them the appropriateness of this particular appropriation versus something else, they would take something else. We talked this morning, unfortunately, a great way to start the week, but it was very informative. It was all about a child endangerment and what we're doing with that dedicated group of law enforcement folks to combat all of this online activity that is affecting our young people. It's kind of exploding out there, and I just was sitting here thinking, you know, we got people back home thinking, are they really talking about sending that kind of an appropriation to Texas? What I'd like to talk about is, I like the idea of helping DCI. They train their people, by the way, so we don't need it for that, but we could use it desperately to help in the fight against what we talked about this morning down in the historic Supreme Court chamber, and that is the safety of our kids. We've got some terrible things going on out there. We've got one forensic analysis, one guy who can go through all of these files that we have coming in. That'd be a great use of this money. This isn't a great use of this money. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? We do have a committee of the whole amendment. Let's go and get that one read in, then we'll go to Senator Grew.
Senate File 166, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, page 5, line 4, delete.
Senator Grew.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, is this?
You got Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1. Is this your amendment?
This is my amendment, okay.
Go ahead.
Well, I have questions about the bill, but at this time, I would like to move Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 166 and ask for your favorable consideration. Good members of the 67th, while I have a lot of questions on this bill, and I'll be asking them later, but for now, what I want to do is say, you know, I enjoy a good political theater. I like parlor tricks as much as the next person. Enjoy a good magic show, a little pixie dust around the corner. It's always fun. But this is a deadly serious subject, and I have to say, I'm not a 100% sure that the current administration in Washington's doing all the right things when it comes to this. I have a lot of questions myself. But as other speakers have mentioned, I do not believe in any shape or form, Mr. Chairman, that allocating the resources that are discussed in this bill are appropriate for this body. We want to be upset. We want to be upset about the scourge of fentanyl. You bet we are. And we should be. But this, sending money to other states, states that have budget surpluses, states, to the best of my knowledge, that we have, frankly, I asked around this morning down the first floor, how much have been asked for so far from us? Didn't get any answers, not any answers with this amount of money attached to it. So that's why my amendment calls for $1. That way we can all enjoy our political theater, and we can all enjoy railing against the machine, and we can all say that we have done our duty, and we can go out in front of the folks at home and anywhere else we want to go and say, we did our job, I guess, and we approved funds towards this. I urge you to adopt this amendment, and then maybe that'll help satisfy some of my many, many lengthy questions about this bill. Thank you.
Senator Hicks on the committee of the whole amendment.
Mr. Chairman, on and against the amendment, can we just put this little piece of the theater to sleep right now and get back to debating the merits of the bill? Call for the question.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee of the whole amendment number 1, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
No.
Chair's in doubt. All those in favor, please stand. Remain standing until you announce the total. Okay, we have 11. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand. Okay, 18 no. That amendment has failed. So we'll go ahead and if it's okay with you, Senator Hicks will do those two other committee of the whole amendments. They'll be somewhat technical nature, then we'll get back to the discussion on the bill. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, could I have the committee of the whole amendment number 2 read in?
Senate File 166, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 2, page 5, line 4, before.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move committee of the whole amendment number 2 to Senate File 166 and ask for your favorable consideration. Members, you've already seen what this does. It brings in the additional one concept of allowing the governor to enter into a contract with the governors of other states for a reimbursable grant for those other needs for personnel, equipment, that those states identify as necessary for securing the security of our southern border. If there's no questions, I'd ask for the question.
Any discussion on committee of the whole amendment number 2? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee of the whole amendment number 2, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries. We are on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, go ahead, Senator Hicks.
Could I give committee of the whole amendment number 3 read in?
Senate File 166, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 3, delete.
Senator Hicks.
Mr. Chairman, I move committee of the whole amendment number 3 to Senate File 166 and ask for your favorable consideration. This brings in a new section 5 that appropriates $400,000 out of the legislative stabilization account to the Department of Criminal Justice for the purpose of training our local law enforcement, your sheriffs and police department in every town in the state of Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, I'd ask for your favorable consideration. If there's no questions, I call for the question.
Any discussion on committee of the whole amendment number 3? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee of the whole amendment number 3, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. That motion carries. Back on the bill. Senator Guru.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to begin, turn my glasses here. Question? No, I got a pair right here. Thank you. Appreciate it. Question 1. On page 2, line 10, it says 2,378,944 encounters at the southwest border in fiscal year 2022. Then track over to page 3, line 4. The United States Border Patrol encountered 98 non-citizens of the United States. The Office of Field Operations encountered 67 non-citizens of the United States who had records with the terrorist screening data set known as the Terrorist Watch List on the southwest border. 165 out of 2,300,000. When we talk about the percentage of that versus the percentage of people coming in to every border crossing in the United States from foreign countries and domestic, because frankly, I've been told by the numbers, one member of, if you combined our bodies, would be on just through paperwork snafus, would be on the terrorist watch list. That does not mean any of them are terrorists. It just means that they're persons of interest on a watch list. That does not mean any of them are convicted of necessarily of any crime at all. So I just kind of want a little explanation on that, how that goes. Second, my second question, and then I'll sit down and come back with a few more. It says the encounters at, page 2, line 21. Encounters at the southwest border in fiscal year 2022 included migrants from the countries of Colombia, Cuba, El Salvador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. I'm having a hard time understanding exactly what that means. I mean, good thing, bad thing? I don't, it's in here, and so it means something, and I just want to get a clear understanding of what's being said. We'll start with those, and then we'll move on to the next set. Thank you.
Okay, Senator Hutchings.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Neither on or for just yet, just trying to figure everything out. Number 1, wondering if the bringers of the bill would be agreeable to some amendments that would take out sections 2 and 3. And then I wanted to remind the body that our U.S. Constitution, Article 4, Section 4 states that the United States, and that's all of us, shall guarantee to every state in this union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just wanted to rise and say that this is a topic that's on a lot of people's minds, and I don't want to diminish that. Didn't mean to do that earlier. I have constituents back home who are very concerned about the border down in Texas and Arizona. Some of them are down there right now playing golf. But anyway, they get to go down there and we don't. We're here to do this. Mr. Chairman, my question is, if there was any thought given to this being a resolution that we would send back to our congressional delegation, because frankly, that's their job. Their job is to protect that border. It really, for us, apparently we're going to send about $5 million to another state for whatever reason. And I just wonder if there was any thought given to directing this to the people whose job it is to take care of that border, and that's our Congress. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. I mean, this policy of starting to send our state dollars out of state is a dangerous one. All of our 49 sister states, right, are experiencing serious issues that they need support on, including us. But we don't send them money just on projects that we like. I mean, if we would, I propose we turn this $5 million into the start of a construction project for a port so we can get our coal shipping, right? I mean, if we're going to spend money out of state and in out of state locations, Why don't we do it on something that's going to actually have a return on investment for the people of Wyoming directly? It's a responsible use of those state dollars. Again, the border is in crisis. I urge our congressional delegation to continue to work on responsible policy and protecting that border to fight against these threats that continue to challenge this country. But continuing to throw Wyoming's dollars that we desperately need, I've certainly heard this week, and the challenges about fiscal responsibility and concerns about spending too much, whether we're saving enough. Texas has lots of oil too, and they have lots of federal dollars coming in for that support. And I feel for them, and I feel for those border towns in Arizona. I can only imagine the challenges that they're faced with on the ground there. And certainly look forward to continuing to support them with my federal tax dollars that, good Lord, we're all paying plenty of, going to help find those resources. We saw one of our members of our congressional delegation here this morning that I know is committed to fighting this issue, as all three of them are, in addition to their other Western partners. But this is not where Wyoming's dollars should be spent. And if we're interested in spending Wyoming dollars out of state again, I look for ways that we can export our coal more effectively through those infrastructure lines and developments that perhaps we could do, and really get creative that way. But this is not where those dollars should be.
Any further discussion? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just looking on the internet, and Wyoming's not the only state to have a rainy day fund or a legislative stabilization reserve account. The big state that we've been talking about, the Lone Star State, I just thought I'd let you know, senators, I think they've got about $10 billion in their reserve. Just want to throw that number out for the body.
Any further discussion? Senator Dockstader.
Thank you. Normally, I would stand and say this is probably a good idea to help because we got a mess down there. My daughter lives in one of the border cities, and she's part of a group of various different churches that go to help because the government's not keeping up, the federal government's not keeping up with their responsibility. These various churches go down, make sure that people have some blankets and food and all of that. And she describes it as an absolute mess. But I've been sitting here listening to the discussion, and I'll probably come down not in favor of the bill, which is probably a surprise for many, just because I still feel like we have to take care of those in our law enforcement. Last year I was trying to stand strong for a particular group in there because we just haven't quite got their pay to where it needs to be to take care of keeping law and order in our own state. We have difficult situations out there that are unresolved, one of which was just this morning. That greatly worries me, what the presentation in Judiciary. I wanted to go to that, but I couldn't because of another committee. There's a lot of things that we have not got taken care of that we're not taking care of just yet in our state. But I understand where the sponsor's coming from. Conservative states probably should band together as best they can. But at this time, we have some unresolved issues in our own state, and so I'll probably be against it. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a couple of questions, and one of the questions is reiterating from an earlier discussion, but it hasn't been addressed. If the state of Wyoming is, through this legislation, potentially paying to relocate immigrants, I mean, there was a lot of discussion about that basically is human trafficking, and there was discussion in national media when this took place, the number of other states associated with their governors, on the fact that there was clearly every evidentiary requirement for the letter of the law of human trafficking in the instances that we all are aware of, which were political stunts. Yes, it was political theater, but it was the kind of political theater that really hurt the lives of these individuals that I think we should have compassion for, even if we're concerned about our border. The idea that we somehow lose our capacity for compassion for folks that are struggling. I don't know where that comes from, where that sentiment comes from of abject apathy towards human suffering, and then the desire to make political theater out of them on evening news programs so that we can point and laugh and say, oh, wasn't it funny when those suffering families that just pulled up their entire life and tried to come to the United States as really everybody in here's ancestors at one point or another made that same choice, come to the United States to search for their hopes and dreams. And they end up on a bus, Mr. Chairman. They end up on a bus so that they can be on a news program, shuttled across the country and deposited in front of someone's house that probably is a lawmaker, because it's funny. It's politically funny. Oh, isn't that a great statement where we're going to add tragedy to some human lives and then mock it? And so the idea, Mr. Chairman, that we, the state of Wyoming, would be complicit in that abject apathy as opposed to showing compassion, that strikes me as troubling. So from that standpoint, I'm certainly against that point, but I'd ask for more explanation just on the legality of it, because it does seem like human trafficking at the very least, and potentially worse. Would we share in the liability, even if we didn't share in the moral compassion? And Mr. Chairman, the other question that I have is just a practical point where we're looking at Section 3, which goes to one of the states in the South in particular. And that particular state, based on their slightly different politics, actually has a troublesome wall that was put up not so long ago made of containers. And the current executive of that particular state is more interested in having funds to take those containers down, which would be called a wall. So I'm wondering, I guess, on behalf of that state, if we are to send $2 million down to that state, would they be able to remove those portions of the wall that they want to remove with the $2 million? Is that within this appropriation, or do they just have to build the wall higher? Can they deconstruct the wall? And I ask that based on the phrasing of partial construction that's in here, and I'm wondering if that would then provide that flexibility. Asking on behalf of a friend, the executive of Arizona, that would very much like to probably use the funds in a different way. Thank you.
Any further discussion, Senator Pappas?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I better get up and speak to what my constituents are telling me. And I have yet, from my district, every one of the emails that I read is opposed to this. Haven't got one yet that says vote for it. They understand that there's a lot of things that are going to happen to us in this state. I mean, we're trying to give tax breaks to everybody else and take in the state, which is commendable, but it's pulling it out of our counties and our schools and our, we're going to lose $200 million on one bill alone if it went through. Also, they tell me, you're going to ship money out of state when you can't even afford to provide health insurance to folks that are in need, some of our working poor. They say, well, we're not doing the right things. That's what my constituents are telling me. They're telling me it's just a waste of time and a bad idea and a waste of money to send money out of state when we have so many needs in this state that we're just thumbing our nose at. So on and against it.
Any further discussion? Senator Guru.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'm still waiting for those other answers. I do want to ask another question. Well, I guess I can come back to this troubling section here in page 2 and going into page 3 about, I'm still at a loss about, what I need to say, if this bill were to pass, that what I would say to Colombian Americans, Cuban Americans, Salvadoran Americans, Guatemalan Americans, Haitian Americans, Honduran Americans, Mexican Americans, Nicaraguan Americans, and Venezuelan Americans, all who are vital members of this society and this country, what this section means and what we're trying to say about migrants coming across the border. I'm just at a loss. Second, or another question that I have, once again, it's going back, it's been kind of mentioned here, but I'll just ask it directly. The good bringers want to spend all this money in all these other states, and then at the end tack on a few $100,000 to help out our folks, our highway patrol, our investigators. Why so little for us and so much for them? Why is that? Why is that the cut? Why is that with all the issues that our troopers face? And it's just starting with pay, but I mean, it just goes on to the resources that they need. Mr. Chairman, I'm troubled. I'm really struggling with that. Why this? Why now? Why here? In this particular area, when those folks, they're listening to this, they're hearing this out there. And I'm just wondering what the good bringers, what the intent is there. I'm just troubled by that. And still those numbers are bothering me, and I'd like an answer to that as well, if we could possibly get it, or if there isn't, that's fine.
Any further discussion? Senator Hicks.
Mr. President, and I'll hit on a few of these. We all know how the process works. This bill can be amended as we go through the process. Mr. Chairman, $5 million. Why? $1. $1 for every illegal alien that's been allowed to come into this country across our southern border. $1. That's what we're talking about. That doesn't include the 1 million or the 1.5 million gotaways that are smuggling drugs, that are human trafficking. Mr. Chairman, you're talking less than $1. Mr. Chairman, I just wonder, we talk about let's send a resolution to Congress. Well, in case somebody doesn't understand, then this body is called a separation of powers. The policies that we're dealing with were not promulgated by this Congress. This is by the administration in Washington, D.C., the executive branch that's created this problem. So you can do all the resolutions you want, doesn't get to the issue, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, let me talk about another issue. What about these terrorist watch lists? I just remind everybody in this body it only took 19 of them to get in here and crash planes into the Pentagon, the Twin Towers, the plane they crashed in Pennsylvania, 19. Maybe 165 should be a wake-up call for this country. Those are the ones we caught. We have no idea how many got across the border, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just amazed at the moral outrage of some individuals in our body. Where was this moral outrage when the governor sent resources to the southern border to help with this crisis, Mr. Chairman? We've already deployed resources down there, planes and people to help with this issue, and I heard nothing. I heard no moral outrage. Mr. Chairman, as far as the bill sending money to Texas, it's not. It's sending money to another state to enforce the border of the United States of America. United States of America, Mr. Chairman. E pluribus unum. From the many one. When the federal government fails to do their fiduciary responsibility is to protect this country and protect our borders, it is incumbent upon the states to step up and protect our United States of America border. Call for the question.
Any further discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Protecting the border. Drug traffickers, terrorists, and unknown illegal immigrants. What we do know is that those folks at the border are there illegally, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be there. And the proposal in this bill is to authorize those states to transport those illegal immigrants, terrorists, drug traffickers throughout these United States with bus tickets. That's our fiduciary obligation to defend our border? I think not. I think not. If you don't believe in sanctuary cities, then why are you empowering them to take more illegal immigrants? Because that is what we are doing. So let's recognize what this bill really does and what it doesn't do. Okay? If you want to support a border wall, but this bill doesn't do that. It authorizes training to our local law enforcement to catch drug traffickers. They're not asking for that. I'm sure they'll take the money, but they're not asking for that. It authorizes states to transport illegal aliens throughout this country. No doubt creating a huge quagmire for law enforcement and customs and everyone else. Some of the money may go to a border wall. Some of the money may not. That's the reality here. Again, I applaud the effort. All of us in this room and all of us in this state care deeply about our border and recognize the challenges that it presents, and that our immigration policy is absolutely unacceptable, and we need to continue to protect our border. But this is not the way to get there. And any argument that says this is the only way is just a fallacy. You can vote no and support solid policy both for Wyoming and for our border, and still be a good American who supports the Constitution and recognizes that our immigration policy is unacceptable and needs changed. Vote no.
Any further discussion? Okay. Question, Senator Office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm still legitimately looking for an answer to the question about how it's not human trafficking and how we would not be facilitating human trafficking. I think it's worth knowing that. If there is the possibility that we're sending millions of dollars to other states to employ a barbaric tactic that seems to be criminal behavior, how are we okay with that? Or alternatively, how is it not criminal behavior? That's not, Mr. Chairman, an unreasonable question. I'd like an answer to it. At the same time, regarding the moral outrage of sending the resources to the southern states at previous times, I am happy to be morally outraged on behalf of those circumstances as I am on behalf of these circumstances, because they were an irresponsible use of state funds beyond what our state should be engaged in, largely, in my view, for political theater. There's the moral outrage. It was requested, asked, and answered. But again, Mr. Chairman, I really would like to understand how it's even legal for us to be contributing to human trafficking. Would we or should we have liability associated with that? What falls upon the state as responsibility for us taking immigrants that are presumed illegal, we'll accept that, and then just shipping them across the country so that they can appear on late night news? I'd like an answer to that, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of, whose motion was it? Oh, Senator Kinski's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report that do so with favorable recommendation in Senate File 166, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. I believe that failed. We'll do a standing division vote. All those in favor, please stand. . 10, thank you. All those opposed, please stand. $19, thank you. Pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5, having failed a standing division vote, a roll call vote is required. The chief clerk will call the roll.
Senate File 166, roll call. Anderson? No. Baldwin? No. No. Barlow? No. Whitman? Excuse. Boner? Aye. Bouchard? No. Brennan? Aye. Case? No. Cooper? No. Dockstetter? No. Ellis? No. French? Aye. Murphy? No. Guru? No. Hicks? Aye. Hutchings? No. Ide? Aye. Jones? Aye. Kinsky? Aye. Cole? Aye. Landon? No. Larson? Aye. McEwen? No. Nethercott? No. Pappas? No. Rothfuss? No. Salazar? Aye. Schuler? No. Scott? No. Steinmetz? Aye. President Driscoll? No. Closing vote. Hutchings, no to aye. Closing vote. Closing. Vote closed. Senate File 166, 12 aye, 18 no, 1 excused.
Senate File 166, having failed a roll call vote pursuant to Senate Rule 6-5A, is deemed indefinitely postponed. Next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 148.
Senate File 148, Preemption of Local Firearms Regulations, sponsored by Senator Kinsky, an act relating to weapons, was referred to Committee Number 5, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators French, Hicks, Ide, Kolb, and Steinmetz. Senator Steinmetz, Chairman.
Further reading the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Steinmetz?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the Committee of the Whole rises to report, it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 148. And for an explanation of the bill, I call on Senator Kinsky.
Senator Kinsky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill may get an award for being the shortest bill in legislative history. I certainly hope so. It's small and easy, but it has profound implications for the Second Amendment. So what is local preemption? That means that we have a law in the books that says only the state will regulate where you can or cannot have firearms. And it preempts every local, town, city, county, political subdivision from regulating in that space. Now, why? So if you have a firearm in your vehicle and you drive from one town to the next, maybe that next town has a different regulation. All of a sudden you're a criminal because they prohibit having the firearms. Then you drive to another county. Maybe it's okay there, different county it's not. So to make it uniform throughout the state, we have this local preemption that says local governments are preempted from regulating this space. Only the state can do it. The problem that we've got is Wyoming's local preemption law is broken. Due to an error in the statute, it has been read by a judge to say that preemption applies only to firearms manufactured in Wyoming. And let me show you how that comes about. You have on your desk, we distributed a cover sheet that says Fixing Wyoming's Local Preemption Law, and behind that are the statutes. So let me start with 68401C, which reads the sale, transfer, purchase, etc., use and possession of firearms shall be authorized, regulated, and prohibited by the state, and regulation thereof is preempted by the state. Goes on to say no city, town, county, political subdivision, or any other entity shall authorize, regulate, or prohibit the sale, so forth, of firearms. That's 401. Go to the next page, 402. Wholly separate bill that was called the Wyoming Firearms Freedom Act. And what it purported to do is say any firearm that is totally manufactured in Wyoming and remains exclusively within Wyoming is not subject to federal law. So that's what that bill says. Now, go to the second statute page where it has 68403 to the definitions. Go down to VII. where it says, "This act" means 68401 through 406. It should have read 402 through 406. Instead, it looped in the local preemption law. So now we've got the local preemption law looped in with the Made in Wyoming law, firearms law, and a judge read it to say, local preemption applies only to firearms made in Wyoming. It's a simple change. In that definition section, we change it from 401 to 402, thus taking out the preemption, and preemption then goes back to its originally intended form, which is regardless of where a firearm is manufactured, local entities are preempted from regulating in this space. Only the state can do it. I'll stand for questions.
Any questions or discussion? Senator Nethercott.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I look at 68402B, found on the handout, page 3, and I look at the definition of B, and it says, "This act shall apply to firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunitions that are manufactured in Wyoming." I'm just curious as to that applicability here.
Any further discussion or questions? Senator Kinski.
Well, I'm not sure I understand the question. That's exactly the problem, is that beginning at 68402, it's the Wyoming Firearms Freedom Act, which applies to firearms, firearm accessories, and ammunition manufactured in Wyoming. But the definition in 68403A VII says this act means 401, not 402, through 406, thus looping in the local preemption law. So I hope that answers the question. If not, we can try it again.
Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Thomas's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 148, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 148 has passed committee of the whole. Senator Landon, would you approach the desk, please? Next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 153. The clerk will read in the Senate file.
Senate File 153, Election Security, sponsored by Senator Boner, an act relating to elections, was referred to Committee Number 7, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes, Senators Barlow, Boner, Case, Landon, and Scott. Senator Case, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, and Kinski. Excused, Senators Nethercott and Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What is your pleasure, Senator Case?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when a committee of the whole rises to report that it do so with a due pass recommendation on Senate File 153, election security. There is a standing committee amendment. I'd appreciate it read in at this time.
Senate File 153, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 2, line 5, after.
And Mr. Chairman, I would move the standing committee amendment to Senate File 153 and yield to the fine senator from Orange Junction.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have here is an election security bill that has been closely worked with our county clerks. And at the outset, I want to say and commend them really for the excellent work that they do, ensuring our elections are accurate and that they are secure. But we do, I think it's important to take these steps which improve upon their professionalism and with their input, codify a lot of current practices that they already accomplish into statute. And so the reason why I'm running this bill, Mr. Chairman, is that it's clear to me that there's been a lot of chatter out there, especially at the national level, dealing with our election integrity. It's gone back, frankly, it seems, almost 6 years now. That's been having its effect, I think. And this is an area of our shared life together in this country where it's sort of like our ethics laws. It's not good enough to simply avoid conflicts of interest in that case. You have to avoid the appearance of that conflict as well. And so we're running this bill because there is a perception out there, mostly, like I said, I think by maybe some of the way other states do their elections, a lot of national rhetoric that has filtered down into the state of Wyoming. And so once again, working very closely with the clerks and having their input, we've came up with this bill that will, like I said, most of it codifies current practice. Some of it is a substantive change. So we'll just go over what the bill actually does. First of all, it requires a limited ballot audit. This goal of this audit is to identify and correct any mistakes that may or may not occur before the canvassing board meets. So this is actually a current practice that they did in the last couple of elections here via rulemaking. And so what they went in and did is that they found a statistically significant amount of ballots to audit based off how close the race was. And they went ahead and did that ballot audit to make sure that those ballots, actual ballots, were correct and being correctly counted by the voting machines. So this is, once again, a limited, time-sensitive audit. There's a 5% limit to make sure that they can get it done before the canvassing board meets. Once again, the whole point of doing an audit is to identify a mistake before you certify the results, after all, at least in my mind. So that's the first provision. Once again, this is codifying something that happened in the previous election cycle. Also, it requires an air gap. Now, that's when you have a physical distance between the voting machines and the internet. That's a common tactic, I guess you could say, in any sort of cybersecurity. This is current practice. Once again, we're codifying that practice into statute. The most significant change is reducing the early voting period from 45 days to 28 days for the citizens not covered by Uniform and Overseas Citizens Absentee Voting Act. So this will help reduce vulnerabilities associated with early voting. It'll also make sure that when you go to the ballot box, everybody has as much similar information as possible. Obviously, 45 days is a pretty long time, and you don't want the folks who are voting at the beginning to have too much different information from folks who are voting at the end. And so this is 28 days was arrived at with the clerks. They're confident that this would ensure that this important part of our voting system is still viable. Certainly 28 days is plenty of time, and representing a rural area, knowing that a lot of more rural folks use this quite often, obviously we want to make sure that they still have plenty of time to vote. It also deals with the chain of custody during election day by requiring an election judge or law enforcement officer to transport ballots. Also make sure that they have a numbered seal that could detect any tampering to that ballot box while in transit. So this is an important part, once again, a current practice that our clerks accomplish, and we're just going to put it in statute. Finally, there's a direct appropriation to each clerk for ongoing professional development. Our clerks are consummate professionals. They know that a part of their job is constantly evolving, constantly figuring out what the best what the best practices are. They're continuing to do that. That's why we have this bill here. And so we just have that $100,000 for that ongoing professional development, or it could be for a contractor, could be whatever they need. So that's the bill, Mr. Chairman. We do have some amendments, and at this point, I believe the standing committee has been moved, hasn't it?
The standing committee was moved, yes, Senator.
Okay, we'll go ahead and dispose of that first. This is cleanup on page 2, making sure, especially the best part here is line 7, where it, when we're getting this bill together, everybody that was working on the bill kind of knew what the procedure was. So when we got committee, we realized that it doesn't really describe what the procedure was in sufficient detail if somebody was just reading it for the first time. So just point out the additions on page 2, line 7 goes into which or how the audit is to be conducted, and how the formula is going to be used. And we have another amendment later, but that's the substance of the standing committee amendment. Everything else is a lot of cleanup. So I'll stand for questions on the standing committee amendment.
Any questions on the standing committee amendment? Any questions? All those in favor of Senator Case's motion on the standing committee amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. The standing committee amendment has passed. We're back on the bill. Senator Boner.
Mr. Chairman, there's also committee of the whole amendment, if you can have that right in.
Senate File 153, beg your pardon, Committee of the Whole Amendment number 1, page 2, line 1, delete.
On the amendment, Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Move committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 153. Ladies and gentlemen, this further refines some of the work that we did in committee. Frankly, it seems like there's a miscommunication between myself and staff, and this clears that up. Especially, we want to make sure that a formula was developed by the appropriate department at the University of Wyoming and avoid calling out a specific department in case that changes. That was the idea there. And just conforming amendments to make sure everything flows a little bit better, and especially that page 2. So that's the committee of the whole amendment. I'll stand for any questions on that.
On the committee of the whole amendment, any questions? All those in favor of Senator Boner's motion to adopt committee of the whole amendment number 1 to Senate File 153, please say aye. Any opposed, no. That amendment has passed and we're back on the bill. Any questions? Senator Nethercott.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Just because it's important to a couple of us, at least in this room, that we are codifying what is currently happening. And as required by federal law, and what the current custom is here. I just want that stressed and understood, that our county clerks who brought this to the good senator recognized that and really tried to communicate that over this past year to ensure that our elections are secure. The bill is aptly titled because it is a reflection of how we conduct our elections in this state. So I applaud the work of our county clerks to continue to do what they have done. Thank you.
Further comments? Senate File 153. All those in favor?
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, excuse me, Senator Rothfuss, my apologies.
No worries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question regarding specifically the change in the date, the number of days required for an absentee ballot going from 45 to 28. Was that requested by the county clerks? Was that something that was universally supported? Everything else in the bill seems like just a general, yeah, this is good policy, this is good policy, this is good policy. That does seem like something that constrains access to polls depending on how people get their ballot and engage in the process. And I certainly wouldn't want to support something that restricts access to voting. I see that as a potential restriction where really everything else is pretty sound practices. So can we get a little more discussion on that, please? Thank you.
Further questions? Further questions of the sponsor? Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for the opportunity to go in a little bit more detail here. So we started off, and the original discussion was actually 21 days. And that was something that the clerks brought forward. But then they started talking amongst all the clerks, and they moved it to 28 days because in some areas of the state, I'm told it takes up to 10 days to move the mail back and forth. So that was something that was very much heavily vetted by the clerks as the whole bill. And so originally they thought it'd be 21. Actually, they landed on 28. For a little bit frame of reference, the average early voting period nationwide is 23 days. So we're right there, kind of in the middle. And so that was kind of the process that they went through and we went through in developing this bill. And they did that obviously based off their experience, but very confident they would not keep somebody from voting.
Further questions or discussion on Senate File 153?
Question.
All those in favor of Senator Case's motion that when the committee of the whole rises to report it, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 153, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, no. Senate File 153 is passed committee of the whole. The next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 168. Will the reading clerk please read the bill?
Senate File 168, Alternative Teaching Certificate, sponsored by Senator Larson, an act relating to certification of teachers. It was referred to Committee Number 4, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass amended. Ayes Senators Beitman, Brennan, Rothfuss, Scott, and Steinmetz. Senator Scott, Chairman.
You've heard the reading of the bill. What's your pleasure, Senator Scott?
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee of the whole rise and report to do so with the recommendation that Senate File 168 do pass. Mr. Chairman, there was a standing committee amendment. What we want to do is explain the bill first, and then we'll come back and deal with standing committee amendment. So I yield to Senator Larson for an explanation of the Senate file.
Okay, go ahead, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Chairman, I bring to you today Senate File 168, Alternative Teaching Certificate, and I ask for your favorable consideration. Senate File 168 does two things. First, it puts in another tool in the Wyoming's toolbox to address the teacher shortage issue. Second, it allows programs designed to help highly qualified individuals make a career change to teaching in Wyoming's schools. The bill allows entities an alternative pathway to teacher certification. This legislation allows individuals with a bachelor's degree from an accredited college or university to use a self-paced program to qualify for certification. These are career changers, military veterans and their spouses, substitute teachers and paraprofessionals seeking full certification, and stay-at-home parents who wish to enter the workforce. These are individuals who typically will not return to college, meaning a missed opportunity to put them in a classroom. To complete the program, prospective teachers must pass a pedagogy, and that's the science of teaching and learning, and content exams. I did have a handout that I gave you, and it's one of three companies that I know of that are doing this on a national basis. This company I gave you a handout for has placed 15,000 teachers in 14 different other states. And so I think this is a very good program that could sure help our school systems find some more teachers. Typically, it takes like 7 to 10 months to go through the program. And this could be, it's online, and they could do it from their home, and up to 18 months at the most. The typical cost of that is $1,700, and they give a break for military and spouses, and that's around $1,000. So I think I'll yield to the chairman of I can't remember anymore.
Senator Scott.
Chairman Scott.
Go ahead, Senator Scott, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I ask the standing committee amendment be read in at this time.
Senate Bill 168, Standing Committee Amendment Number 1, page 1, line 9 after.
Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of the standing committee amendment. Mr. Chairman, what standing committee amendment does is remove a lot of the detail here, and basically we have an authorization for the professional teacher standard PTSB to go ahead and do these alternate certifications with a couple of sideboards. I can just read it, Mr. Chairman. This is in the list of things the board shall by rule and regulation provide. And the language would be alternate certification of teachers that requires a bachelor's degree from accredited college or university and successful completion. An alternate certification program approved by the board requires passage, looking down at the bottom, of a student area and pedagogy, subject area and pedagogy examination. And then over on the fourth page, all the third page gets deleted. There's another sentence, issuance of this alternate certification shall only be for the subject areas and grade levels successfully completed by the applicant, period. End of bill. Mr. Chairman, it's a simple authorization. We had considerable testimony in the committee. The PTSB sounded like they were serious about proceeding with this, so we removed unnecessary impediments to that and gave them the authority to go ahead. If they don't do it, we'll have to be back. And if they do it, we'll be back applauding them. So, Mr. Chairman, urge adoption, standing committee amendment and the bill.
Any further discussion on the standing committee amendment? All those in favor of the standing committee amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. The motion carries. We're back on the bill. Any further discussion? Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just curious. I know my wife was a teacher for many years, and part of the process she had to go through was a practicum, dealing with a teacher who was already in a classroom, and so my wife practiced with that teacher for a number of months, and I think it was a very valuable experience. So I'm just curious, is there any substitute, or do they have to go through a similar process to get this certification? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Senator Larson, I think.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. There was great discussion on that, and we visited with the teacher, accreditation, Professional Teachers Standards Board director. And we kind of discussed that and decided that they could put that in their rules through the board. And then it would rely on that, and the schools would be kind of the ones also that determine that. And more than likely, they'll be put on a temporary certificate, or I don't know what you want to call it, for a year or two. And then if they succeed at that point, then it would be up to the schools to say they have a full certification.
Any further discussion? Senator Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you kind of briefly discuss how this varies from what we're doing now? Because we have non-certified teachers come in and we're able to certify them. So what's the difference between what we're doing now and what you're trying to do?
Senator Scott.
Mr. Chairman, the real difference is going to be we're pushing them to do a lot more than they're doing right now. They do have some programs. They're way too involved too much. They don't work for many of the potentially alternate group teachers who frankly are older, have to earn a living. They can do one of these programs. They can't do an extensive period at a college or university getting additional classroom training. This adapts to that circumstance, and we think we can make it work. Frankly, it'll be a little bit of an experiment, but I think we can actually get a lot more people certified that will do very well in the classroom than what's happening right now. So it's an attempt to expand it by giving the board the authority to make it fit for people who have to go out and earn a living but want to change their occupation to teaching.
Any further discussion? Senator Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Without using proper names, I am aware of one institution that does an online program that's really involved in this space. And in my years on education, has been controversial, embraced by some, vilified by others. And so I am wondering just kind of what that contemplation is of what these programs, who might be offering these, if we can just get a little more explanation, not just, I'm guessing, our four-year beloved institution, but what other institutions out there do we think can really fill in some holes here?
Any further discussion? Just a general comment without proper names. Senator Larson, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. I can visit specifically with you if you want. There are a couple that I know of. One is actually, they're already getting certification through that company. And we just wanted to make sure they're grabbing them all. But I know of two others.
Okay, any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senator Scott's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to report, do so with the favorable recommendation of Senate File 168, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Senate File 168 has passed the committee of the whole. Next Senate file for our consideration is Senate File 151.
Senate File 151, Wyoming Prescription Drug Transparency Act, sponsored by Senator Hutchings, an act relating to the insurance code. It was referred to Committee Number 10, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Bouchard, Dockstader, and Hutchings. Noes, Senators Baldwin and Barlow. Senator Baldwin, Chairman. Was re-referred to Committee Number 2, which returned a committee recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Kinski, Nethercott, and Salazar. No, Senator Guru. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
Further reading the bill, what is your pleasure, Senator Dockstader?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I recommend when the committee of the whole rises to report that I do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 151. To explain the bill, Senator Hutchins.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a Committee of the Whole amendment, if that could be read in.
Senate File 151, Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1, corrected copy, page 2, line 3, after.
Senator Hutchins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that Committee of the Whole Amendment Number 1 to Senate File 151 and ask for your favorable consideration. If you look in your emails, you'll see that I have tried to track in this amendment with the bill so we can move through quicker. We want to get as many bills in and done tonight as possible. I'm going to quickly go over what the purpose of the bill is, and hopefully once we finish our explanation, you all will vote aye because we've done a considerable amount of work on this bill. The community pharmacy industry is a complex product-driven healthcare model that involves insurance companies, community pharmacies, drug manufacturers, and companies known as pharmacy benefit managers. We'll call them PBMs for short. PBMs are responsible for managing an insurance company's pharmacy benefits by developing and administering a pharmacy network, developing a drug formulary, managing pharmaceutical rebates for drug placements on a formulary, collecting pharmacy payments for insurers, and transferring payments to pharmacies for medications previously dispensed to patients. The PBM industry has integrated itself into the pharmacy supply chain and over the last 30 years has set itself to exert an excessive level of control over the pharmacy industry while remaining relatively anonymous to everyone outside of this industry. PBMs have operated with minimal industry regulations and without transparency practices. Due to the lack of oversight, the industry has seen extensive vertical integration between PBMs, insurance companies, retail and mail order specialty pharmacies, and even into the wholesale supply chain. There has also been aggressive lateral integration with mergers, which have resulted in 3 companies controlling over 76% of the national market, controlling 266 million Americans' pharmacy benefit programs. All of this has given these PBMs oligopoly, control. It's kind of hard to pronounce. To restrict trade, dictate medication pricing and reimbursement practices outside of market principles, and mandate take it or leave it contracts with below cost reimbursements and patient steering practices that limit access to higher quality care solely to increase the PBM profit. Senate File 151 updates Wyoming's PBM statutes to address pharmacy identified deficiencies. This bill also introduces transparency practices into Wyoming's PBM statutes, addresses pharmacy compliant regarding PBM reimbursement practices, as well as protect Wyoming citizen access to high quality healthcare services within the state. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to go through the bill and that with the amendments, if you guys would like me to track it that way. One of the biggest things, well, let's start on page 2. The transparency prohibitions. Here, in this section, we talk about the business practices that the pharmacy benefit manager often utilizes against the community pharmacies. I won't go over all the shall nots because there are several of them, but one of the biggest shall not is on page 3, lines 22 through 23. With the amendment, this particular section restricts a person's choice of network providers for prescription drugs. What the pharmacist did after listening to the Labor and Health Committee and the Appropriations Committee comments, they decided to add in, with the exception of specialty medications as defined in 2652-102, which is added, which is already in statute. What that does, Mr. Chairman, is on the footnote, there was concern from the employees group insurance that this prohibition or this mandating that specialty medication mail order services be removed from the bill, it would cost the state 2.5 million in 2024, 2.6 in 2025, and 2.7 in 2026. With that little sentence, with the exception of specialty medications as defined, that will save our state $7.9 million, in essence, erasing that from our fiscal note. So that was a big change in the amendment. Hopefully you're tracking with me. Then we go over to page 4, and on page 3, you'll see retained funds paid by a pharmaceutical manufacturer to a pharmacy benefit manager as a result of negotiations of a reduced price for pharmaceuticals between a pharmacy benefit manager and a manufacturer in relation to a contract between the PBM and a carrier related to an insured prescription benefit drug. These funds shall be remitted to and retained by the carrier and shall be used by the carrier to lower the premiums for covered persons under the carrier's healthcare plan, or to allow for remittance directly to the covered person at the point of sale to reduce the insured out-of-pocket cost. The rest on page number 4 are just conforming amendments. We go to page number 5, and you'll see on line number 10, we also add in that exception for the specialty medications, which will also help with the fiscal note. Then at the bottom of page 7, we have an alternative reimbursement methodologies that we added in with the amendment. All contracts and, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, a section 2652-106. All contracts between a pharmacy benefit manager and pharmacy services administrative organization or its contracted pharmacies, and all contracts directly between a pharmacy benefit manager and pharmacies shall include a process to appeal, investigate, and resolve disputes regarding brand and multiple source generic drug pricing, including, if applicable, brand effective rates, generic effective rates, dispensing fees, effective rates, and any other pricing formula for the pharmacy reimbursement. All appeal requirements regarding maximum allowable cost in section 2652-104D through 2652-104M shall apply to this section. That will go above section 2. Then the rest of the bill goes into definitions. And then we have another part of the amendment on page 7, specialty medications. We describe what the specialty medication means, which we didn't describe before. I won't go over that. We talk about, let me see. We go to page number 8, and what we did there, Mr. Chairman, was amend into this bill something that the medical community was a little concerned about, and that is that we don't include Medicare, and this is on line 1, between lines 1 and 2, we don't include Medicare, Medicaid, or any other health benefit programs or coverage operated or maintained by the federal government. then on page 10, we add in that, let me see. The pharmacy benefit manager shall not prevent a network pharmacy or a pharmacy designee who holds a contract with the pharmacy benefit manager from filing appeals in an electronic batch format. I won't go over the whole thing. And then on page 11, we just changed that the insurance commissioner will take these funds from a special revenue instead of the general fund. I know that's a lot. I know I skipped over a lot just for sake of time, but I have a lot of information on my desk. If anyone wants to ask any questions, see the charts, the graphs, I'm willing to answer as many as I can right now, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions on the committee of the whole? Okay, amendment. Let's go ahead and take care of that first, since that was basically the explanation of the bill. Any questions? Okay, all those in favor of the committee of the whole amendment number 1, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We're back on the bill. Senator Furphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm a little confused. The fiscal note shows that it's going to cost our state to cover our employees. First year, 2.5, then it jumps up to $2.7 million. I don't understand how we're recouping that some way. And my second question is, when we looked at this before, it was basically going to increase the insurance costs for the rest of the public, because if we're eliminating these benefit managers from the program who negotiates with the drug companies to reduce the cost, it was going to cost all of us more. So I'd like to have you explain that to us too. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like an explanation on the cost to the other insurance carriers. I can say that my Memorial Hospital in my district is going to lose multiple millions of dollars if this gets enacted. Frankly, and that's one question. The other question would be, are we putting our finger on the scales of business? Are we making decisions that cause other outcomes because we're preferring one group over another? And I understand the reason why you could say it's a good thing, but is that what we're doing here with this bill? I would like an explanation on just the real true purpose of this. Why are we doing this? Why is this needed? And why should we pay for the cost? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kinski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I gave 14 years of my life to healthcare, and it still was the best career I ever had. I love taking care of patients. I love taking care of their families. We're home care. And I had a great crew of employees, but the reimbursement practices of insurance companies, PBMs, just were going to kill me. I had to sell out to a large company because you have to be big to fight this stuff. So let's talk about what savings the state believes it may be getting, or what savings these employers believe they may be getting. You don't really know. This bill says we need some transparency so you can actually verify whether those savings are real or not. So when my friend from Laramie had the question about cutting out the PBMs, this doesn't cut the PBMs out. It eliminates the most abusive practices and requires transparency so that you can see whether they're really giving you savings or not. The fiscal note the state had to my friend from Laramie is remedied on page 3, line 23. So the state has what they call a coupon program. The PBM says, by golly, these special drugs, we're going to negotiate a heck of a deal and we will pass the savings along. So the state gets a coupon and it adds up to 2.6 million. What we don't know is how much the PBM is keeping out of that, and whether it's really the best deal for the drug, and whether they've got an incentive to prescribe that drug as opposed to something less expensive, because we have no right to audit these things. 36 other states have said, you know, there needs to be more transparency. They withhold the information. These poor pharmacists cannot get what they need to know whether they're really getting the benefit of the bargain. So years ago, as an undergraduate, I studied economics, and they talked about something called impacted information. That means when one side has more information than the other. One thing we know in economic theory, if that guy knows more than you do, you're losing. And that's what's true with these PBMs. Unless we have a bill like this that says we need more transparency. So what about the free market argument? Well, I'd agree if there were a free market in insurance, but there's not. They're heavily regulated. When's the last time you heard of an insurance company filing bankruptcy because their practices were bad? Drugs are a heavily regulated market. So the net of all of this is that these PBMs are enormously profitable. In fact, so profitable, one of them went out and bought their own insurance company. 2 insurance companies bought PBMs. They've all merged. That's all that fancy economics words that my colleague was using when she talked about vertical integration and so forth. 3 PBMs control 80% of the market, and they are either owned by or they own an insurance company. So ordinarily you'd think the insurance companies would ride herd on them, but you know, the incentive's just not there. So I could go through some of the practices that I've experienced myself. One is a clawback. So they pay you for the drug. You think it's according to the contract. 2 months later, they say, you know what? We recalculated. We paid you too much. You owe us some money. And those checks can be fairly big. And so then the pharmacist says, well, wait a minute. You know, I need to have information on this. You don't have a right to that. We want the money back. So, I mean, 2 months later, 3 months later, it's just not right. Then the so-called savings that get passed along, you can't actually verify whether that's the case or not. And so this bill makes all the sense in the world. It doesn't cut out the PBMs. They can continue to operate. It's not going to drive savings away from your hospital or your employers. It simply says PBMs, you have to stop your most abusive practices, and you have to operate with greater transparency so that the employers or the patients or the pharmacists can see that they're truly getting the benefit of the bargain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any further discussion, Senator Office?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On and for the bill, and I'm happy to see it come back this year, even if in a slightly leaner form. I think it's very important that we understand this better, and the current nature of this bill provides us with a lot of information as its primary effect, rather than a strict regulatory structure. Mr. Chairman, PBMs are definitely working in their own interests as their first priority, and working in our interests only as a secondary priority. And I don't think we even fully understand how much money they're keeping relative to paying out and providing services and prescription drugs to certainly people in the state of Wyoming. Without the additional information, without legislation like this, we will not know who's being fleeced, when, where, and how. And we need to understand that. I think this is a beginning. It's a good beginning. It's certainly a step in the right direction. I appreciate the legislation, and I'm hopeful that through this legislation, we'll be able to kind of begin a path towards reining in the excessive costs of pharmaceuticals in the state of Wyoming, and reining in the abusive profits that go along with them. So, good step forward. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Senator Hutchings.
Appreciate my colleagues helping me out with the bill. I did go kind of fast, trying not to say too much because of time, but if the body would like, I'll go through all my notes and give them the rundown really quickly so you do know exactly what's going on. Exactly. Question. I call for the question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right.
Come to
All-
me afterwards.
All those in favor of Senator Dockstader's motion that when the committee of the whole rise to a report, do so with a favorable recommendation of Senate File 151, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Senate File 151 has passed committee of the whole. Mr. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move the committee of the whole rise and report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. Motion carries, Mr. President.
Green Clerk will read the Committee of the Whole report.
Mr. President, your Committee of the Whole, having had under considerations bills on general file, begs leave to report as follows. Senate File 107, do pass amended. Senate File 138, do pass amended. Senate File 147, do pass amended. Senate File 142, do pass amended. Senate File 146, do pass amended. Senate File 144, do pass amended. Senate File 133, do pass amended. Senate File 166 failed to pass Committee of the Whole and was indefinitely postponed. Senate File 148, do pass. Senate File 153, do pass amended. Senate File 168, do pass amended. Senate File 151, do pass amended. Senator Boner, Chairman.
Senator Boner.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the Committee of the Whole report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is passed. Reports.
February 6, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom is referred House Bill 3, engrossed, State Assessment of Independent Power Producers, respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Guru, Nethercott, and Salazar. No, Senator Anderson and Kinski. Senator Kinski, Chairman. February 6, 2023, Mr. President, Committee Number 2, Appropriations, to whom was referred House Bill 181, engrossed, Online Sports Wagering Amendments. Respectfully report same back to the Senate with a recommendation that it do pass. Ayes, Senators Anderson, Guru, Kinski, and Nethercott. No, Senator Salazar. Senator Kinski, Chairman.
Mr. Majority Floor Leader, that clears the desk.
Mr. President, I move we stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Tuesday, February 7th.
Announcements. Senator French.
Yes, your committee number 5, Agriculture, State and Public Lands and Water Resources, will meet tomorrow after adjournment in room 2 to hear the following bills. House Bill 93, Omnibus Water Bill Construction, House Bill 16, State Land Leasing Improvements, House Bill 20, Land Exchanges Notices.
You, Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 announcements. First of all, tomorrow morning is Mindful Mindset at 7 o'clock. If you want to talk about if I'm right, does that mean you're wrong? What if I'm angry, disgusted, hateful, and self-righteous? What if you are too? Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, if you want to talk about those things.
Very good. Senator
And
Kinski.
early heads up for Wednesday morning for Labor and Health Committee number 10. Wednesday morning, beginning at 7:30, we're going to hear 3 bills: House Bill 172, Evidence Preservation; House Bill 119, Medical Prescriptions Off-Label Purposes; and House Bill 65-988, Suicide Prevention.
Chairman Kinski.
Mr. President, the meeting of your Appropriations Committee, originally scheduled for upon adjournment, has been rescheduled to 8 a.m. tomorrow in room W113. We will take a look at the differences between the House and the Senate on the budget, that is HB 1 and Senate File 1, with a presentation by staff. Also on Tuesday, February 7, upon noon recess in W113, your Appropriations Committee will take up HB 185, Local Government Distributions Revisions, and HB 19, State Indian Child Welfare Act Task Force, a re-referral for an appropriation, and any other bills re-referred for appropriations.
Senator Boner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your committee number 8, Transportation, Highways, and Military Affairs, will meet Today, upon adjournment, let's say 20 minutes now, so we can go grab some food if we want. In Capitol Extension Room W2 and online to consider House Bill 39, verifying the veteran designation on a Wyoming driver's license. House Bill 41, and gross lightweight trailers, permanent registration. House Bill 45, peace officer retirement and rehiring. And just as a reminder to the body, AARP is having a barbecue dinner just down in W53. So everybody's invited.
Senator Landon.
Mr. President, your Judiciary Committee reminder, we will meet at 8:30 on Wednesday morning to take up House Bill 9 engrossed, Juvenile Courts Concurrent Jurisdiction Clarification, House Bill 13, Office of Guardian Ad Litem Program References, again, 8:30 on Wednesday, Mr. President.
Senator Schuler.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Committee Number 6, Travel, Recreation, Wildlife, and Cultural Resources will meet tomorrow at 8 o'clock in W2 and online. We'll hear HB 10, County Officers Bond Amounts and Surety Requirements, HB 12, Presumptive Child Support Amounts, Updated Tables, and HB 79, Voter ID Conceal Carry Commit. And just as an announcement, HB 83, which we were maybe going to hear Thursday, we're going to have to put that off for another week. Thank you.
Senator Barlow.
Thank you, Mr. President. So for those folks that have a little time this evening, there's two receptions tonight. One is the Shrimp Bash out at Little America, and the other is for those folks that may still have a committee meeting. Our senior center folks and AARP have Dickey's Barbecue downstairs in the connector, so you can grab some good food and visit with those folks and go to your committee meeting. Thank you, Mr. President.
Perfect. Stole my thunder. You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Motion is passed. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. Tuesday, February